of action here today in beautiful Aruba, where it's 88 degrees and there are winds of nearly 30 miles per hour whipping through. Puerto Rico getting set to take on the Cayman Islands. Alongside our entire crew, Sean St. Jacques, happy to be with you here to help kick off today's action in League B. A couple of good matches to get to, obviously, as the games play out here today. But Puerto Rico have a lot of young, up-and-coming talent. You've seen over the last few years, on the men's side and on the women's side, frankly, this country continued to grow more and more talent. We're seeing more and more success from them at tournaments such as this. And we're very excited to see how Puerto Rico begin their time here in this group. It's going to be interesting to see as well when you look at the Cayman Islands as well. What are they going to provide in this tournament as well? Claudio Garcia is their coach. We're going to be really interested from their point of view with a lot of young talent on their side as well that continues to develop in a positive direction. Can they get off to a good start in this very tough group phase as well? That's the thing as well. When you look at these groups in these different leagues as well, who can get off to a fast start at this kind of a major tournament? That's going to be a big thing to look out for early on in these group phases. Puerto Rico and the Cayman Islands obviously kick things off. Then you look a little bit ahead, the rest of the day's action. We will see Jamaica, we will see Belize, we'll see Curaçao, and, of course, the hosts, if you will, of this portion of the tournament. Aruba will be in action later on tonight as well. So it's a jam-packed day of action to kick off this tournament. And yes, obviously, like we said, there's going to be a lot of talent. We want to see who can get off to a fast start. But there's also a lot of players that are vying to move up throughout their system, whether it's their own national team, whether it's their own clubs in different countries around this region and elsewhere as well. And we also, of course, want to see who's going to come out on top and get going on the right foot here in a very tough Group C, it must be said as well. The two sets of players have entered the playing surface here in Aruba, so we'll step aside for the national anthems for both countries, and then, of course, we will come back for lineups and the highly anticipated kickoff between Puerto Rico and the Cayman Islands here in Aruba. A wonderful rendition of both countries' national anthems as the two sets of players exchange pleasantries, not just with each other, but of course with our four-man officiating crew in the center. We'll get to them in just a moment. Puerto Rico are going to be in all blue, and the Cayman Islands, as we've always come to expect over the years, are going to be just about in all red. Again, Sean St. Jacques, our entire crew, happy to have you with us. We jump into the starting lineups. Andres Mirabelli's group for Puerto Rico looks like this. Wilfredo Reyes captains the side, looking to lead the boys forward in the middle of the park. Martin Perez gets the start in goal. Troy Montañez and Fabian Sals, some players to keep an eye on in the attack. And then Sebastian Rivera, Jeremy Rosero, Miguel Coriano, a couple players to look out for in more of defensive roles, or at least for the former two of those, in the middle of the park, potentially as well, depending on how things move forward in the match. Captains will meet in the center with the aforementioned officiating crew, led by Andrew Samuel of Trinidad and Tobago. Panama and Grenada also represented amongst our officiating crew here. There is no VAR, so their on-field decisions, of course, will be final. Of course, on the other side of things, for the Cayman Islands, Stephen Mason Jr. captains the side for them. Hoping to get off to a very swift start indeed. And just one more note as well on the playing conditions here. We said the winds were rather swift, to say the least. You could see some of the kits on the players moving around in the wind already, leading into the kickoff here in Aruba. So that could have a little bit of an impact, especially when the ball is in the air, on how this game plays out. We'll wait and see on that, as Claudio Garcia has this starting 11 for the Cayman Islands. Already a look up top. Harding and Scott, can they provide the finishing touch in the final third? Levi Jack leads the midfield in the middle of that five-man setup. Morrison and Mitten on either side. And then, of course, Mason Jr. captaining the side, leading that back line. Johnny Osborne gets the start in goal for the Cayman Islands today. Again, for those maybe new to the Concacaf under-15 level, these are 70-minute games, 35-minute halves. And frankly, we cannot wait to see how this is all going to play out. Plenty of players to keep an eye on both sides, really. And we will see here in Group C of League B who can get the jump start that they're hoping for and get the 3 points on the board that they're hoping to get to provide a perfect beginning to this CONCACAF Boys Under-15 Championship campaign. Looks like the Cayman Islands will get us started. They'll kick us off. They're going from right to left, and we're underway. League B, Group C, CONCACAF Boys Under-15 Championship here in Aruba. Ball deflects out of play quickly. It's a Cayman Islands throw to be taken by Mason Jr. on the near side. One of the early things to keep an eye on, Puerto Rico, how strong are they going to be in the attack? Can the Cayman Islands defense fend them off when need be? And then when the Cayman Islands do get the ball into the final third, can they be clinical? Can they create opportunities to really test Puerto Rico and put them under some pressure? As the offside flag goes up here, and the Cayman Islands defense passes their first test, and they win a free kick. Ball deflects towards the Cayman Islands defense and then ricochets back towards midfield, where they had a brief chance to move that forward through Rajon Booth, who is the Cayman Islands number 9. Instead, it's a full Puerto Rico reset in their own half. Switch onto this near side. Jaden Jaime for Miles Johnson. Another reason why so many people love this tournament as well, not just, of course, because of the great action, but, of course, these are players that you could see down the line playing in big tournaments for their national team. As Puerto Rico get a chance there, it was whipped across the face of goal. Cayman Islands will clear this out for a throw. There was actually a great article on the Concacaf website going through some of the notable players for different national teams who have played at this tournament over the years. And there are multiple countries represented in that list. So these are the players you could be seeing down the line. Chance here on the shot from Jaime is blocked out. And Puerto Rico have a corner on the near side. Well, we just hinted at it. Can Puerto Rico show their attacking prowess against this Cayman Islands defense? Well, another good defensive stand from the men in red, but the corner is taken short. And on the edge of the area, the Cayman Islands will win the ball back and look to push ahead. But Puerto Rico quickly win the ball back through the aforementioned Jaime. Johnson out to the far side. Played square for Rosero. Little give and go towards the byline. And the cross is blocked. Out of play. It'll be another corner. Good early pressure from Puerto Rico here. Can they get the early goal as a reward? They'll certainly be looking to find that man, Wilfredo Reyes, the captain. Does come up a little bit short as far as he's concerned, but Puerto Rico again able to pick up the pieces. Montañez fitting it through a tight area. Montañez again. Flared out to the far side by Salz, and then on the byline it's cleared out, and it will be a Puerto Rico throw on the far side. Oh, Claudio Garcia could find out very early on here how well drilled his defense is in these opening stages of Group C action. Feliz out wide. Recycled for Johnson. Johnson tries to feather it through. Its lovely build-up play here to the edge of the area. Good fall for a volleyed opportunity, and it is skied over the top and out of play. It will be a goal kick on the audacious attempt from Sebastian Rivera for Puerto Rico. It fell rather kindly for him, to be fair. He tried to size it up, but it rainbows over and out. Puerto Rico back on the front foot here, edge of the area. Good defensive clearance there. Noah Mitten getting involved. It could still fall for a shot here. And it's blazed over the top. Miguel Coriano getting the shot away. Referee, though, points in the opposite direction here, allowing the Cayman Islands to get a free kick. Oh, Mason Jr. tried a clever little push and chase. Didn't come off. Montañez is closed down on this near side. Jaden Harding with a very well-timed challenge here. Eventually, the Cayman Islands get the throw, but it goes right back out of play. Actually, did it ever go in play, is the question. The answer is no, so the Cayman Islands will get a chance to take it again. And it's flicked on and touched forward by Booth. Poked all the way back by Cameron Murray. Work to do here defensively, and then eventually Charles Morrison clears the lines. And then defensively for Puerto Rico here, Adiel Cruz does really well defensively here, and he's still on it down this far side. Eventually Cruz is blocked out by Jean-Marc Thomas. Coriano. And that centering pass is picked off by Murray. Up ahead for Booth, who's dispossessed by Reyes. Johnson out wide.
That's it, just watch him.
Cruz poking it forward. What a run that was earlier, just a moment ago. And then it's the right idea. A little reverse ball towards the byline. It ends up going out of play.
Okay, you have to talk with him. If you go out because the guy is passing, you're doing perfect, just tell him to stay in the middle. That's it, okay?
Ooh, Puerto Rican pressure here leads to a deflected clearance. Eventually the Cayman Islands do clear it over the halfway line just about. Jaime. Switch of play by Johnson out to the far side.
If he goes, you see it, just pay attention. That's it. Watch it, watch the switch. Watch the switch. Watch the switch, Steven. That's what they want.
Well, Johnson fits it through. They're trying to go right through the heart of the Cayman Islands defense here, Puerto Rico. It could fall kindly for them. But again, it's a good step defensively in the Cayman Islands. Now a chance to turn away from a challenge here. Reyes still going. Eventually is stood up just inside the 18. First time cross back into the middle. Goes past everybody. And it's going to roll out of play for a goal kick. Well, again, clever service just to put it back into the mix, maybe catch a few defenders out, but no one could capitalize on the ball whipped back in. Martin Perez, Puerto Rican goalkeeper, gets a touch onto it. Hasn't been down this end too many times yet in the first 9 minutes of play. Well, again, we said Puerto Rico's attacking prowess could force the Cayman Islands to do quite a bit of defending here. So far, the Cayman Islands have been up to the task. And again, remember, 35-minute halves, 70-minute games. The Cayman Islands are close here to negotiating the first third. Not to get overly complicated here, but the first third of the first half.
Only if he comes here. Let's go, Chico. Chico, let's go. Middle, middle, middle. Here we go. Step, step, Charlie. Charlie. Good, good, Steven. Watch behind you, Kimani.
Johnson tried to fit it through a tight gap. Rosero out wide, and then Reyes thinks better of it. Back for Cruz, who does whip the ball in. It's going to fall kindly for Jaime. His cross is blocked by Mason Jr. out for a throw.
It's fast, it's fast. Watch it, watch it. No, find someone, no, find someone. Watch the middle. Cameron. Middle, Cam.
From the throw. Lay off for Johnson. Well, Johnson's been very active. Feliz has been active. Those defensive two in those center back positions. Cruz as well. That service may have taken a deflection on the way through. The Cayman Islands clear the ball back into the Puerto Rican end. Johnson is able to pick out a teammate this time, and that teammate finishes beautifully. It's a captain's goal for Wilfredo Reyes to open Puerto Rico's account at the Concacaf Boys Under-15 Championship. Johnson's been trying time and time again to fit this ball through, and Reyes, with the angle against him, finishes wonderfully into the bottom right-hand corner. Puerto Rico jump out in front. It's an exquisite finish.
Let's go, Kimani. Let's go, let's go. That's okay, let's go. Let's
Well, we said the Puerto Rican persistence. Will it pay off? Will they get the reward? They absolutely have here. Johnson, who's been trying to find that area of space with his long balls over the top, picks out a teammate, and then it just needed a really strong finish, particularly from that angle that was against the captain, Wilfredo Reyes. He makes no mistake. Really, really well executed, and Puerto Rico deservedly are ahead. And then you heard Claudio Garcia on the Cayman Islands bench here, the coach. Say, gotta forget about that, we move on. And they'll try to work to get back into the game. Johnson again. It seems like every time now he has the ball, you wonder, where's he looking to place it? That ball does slither through here. And Puerto Rico will look to switch it over to this near side. Montañez was the target. They look for him again. Montañez does give it a good look on this near side. It comes off of his side last. And it will be a goal kick for the Cayman Islands here. I love the encouragement from Claudio Garcia, just trying to keep his guys in a good headspace. Can be tough at any level, going a goal down, particularly in the first half. He's trying to just instruct his team on what to do, but keep it positive. Give them something to work with, something to build on, as they try to bounce back. Puerto Rico win the ball back high up the field here. Oh, a long distance shot stings the crossbar. And it goes out for a throw-in on this near side. Wow. Some hit from Miguel Coriano. Crashing it off the frame. He's very unlucky not to double Puerto Rico's lead. And on the tail end of that, the ball bounced out of play. And Puerto Rico have a corner as we approach the end of the 15th minute.
Attack the ball, guys. Attack the ball.
From the corner, it is an in-swinger. One that's caught by a Johnny Osborne. Did well in traffic to navigate it and make the grab, plucking it out of the sky. Ray has the goal scorer resets. Of course, scoring an early goal is a big lift for your group, but particularly when it's your captain leading by example, that's going to provide any team a nice positive jolt, particularly at the beginning of a campaign where there are still big games ahead, of course. Johnson. Belize out wide for Cruz. Cruz again tries to whip in an early ball. It's headed and then helped along by Scott. Cleared away only as far as Johnson. Jaime. Forced back to Johnson. And again, Johnson tries to switch it over to that far side. Couple of headers to try to get this clear. It's not quite cleared yet. And then it's volleyed on the edge of the area by Coriano, who sends it over the top. You think Miguel Coriano wants to get in on the scoring or what?
Bring it up, Jared. Bring it up.
Couple of good chances for him. Good pressure again from Puerto Rico. They win the ball back high up the field. But then it's a challenge where we see a bit of a follow-through, it appears. And that's going to be a foul and a free kick for the Cayman Islands. And I think the referee has just signaled for a cooling break in the 18th minute. Again, a little humid here in Aruba, so that's a good call there from the referee to give the guys a break. I think Puerto Rico, probably the two sides, would want to keep playing at the moment. They've got the momentum. They are constantly creating opportunities. Got to credit the Cayman Islands. They've been stingy defensively for the most part. Took a really good finish from Wilfredo Reyes, the captain for Puerto Rico, to put them in front after the long ball over the top from the defender Miles Johnson to set up the attempt. But obviously for the Cayman Islands, can they build from the back? Can they be able to get some sustained possession, really, in this game? And from there, can they create some opportunities? Can you have to credit Puerto Rico for continuing to hold on to the ball as long as they have in this first half, but in the 18 minutes that have been played, Cayman Islands have not had much of the ball. That'll have to change if they aren't to bounce back from that goal that they conceded. I think if you're Andres Mirabelli, he wants to see more of the same, maybe a couple more goals added in there. If his boys can get the finishing going again.
Get in a foul forward. It's a foul. Step, Charlie. Step. Push, John, push.
Out of the cooling break, the Cayman Islands have, of course, a free kick. Touched forward by Scott. One back by Rosero. Puerto Rico bring it down this far side with Reyes. Thinks better of it. Plays it back for Cruz, whose ball into the area nearly finds a teammate. Could still be a setup for a shot here. It was touched wide in the end. Montañez. And then Scott wins a throw-in on the back end for the Cayman Islands.
Step up, Jared. Step closer.
Booth and Scott both couldn't move it forward. And then there was a foul in the end. Saul's the guilty party. Free kick for the Cayman Islands.
Good. There we go, man. Good. Charlie, step on this one. Charlie. John.
And you could hear Claudio Garcia. Pretty obvious what he wants to see, I should say. Wants to see his guys move the ball forward, and they have done here with Mason Jr. But Jr. is stifled by the good defending of Miles Johnson. And it bounces out of play. Puerto Rico throw, just in front of their own technical area on the near side. Oh, lovely take there, Fabian Sauls. A throw-in is taken quickly as the cross is bounced into the middle just over the head of Montañez. Cayman Islands will clear it only as far as a throw-in on the near side. Again, Johnson moving it forward. Rosero. Jaime. Trying to get it back off the give and go. Jaime stays with it. Trying to cut it back. It falls for a shot. And is sent wide and out for a goal kick by Jeremy Rosero. That's going to go over Mason Jr.'s head. Goes back to Puerto Rico on this near side. Lovely feed, edge of the area on the far side, but Reyes caught offside. And it is going to be a free kick going the other way. Again, that was the right idea. The ball was perfectly placed. But the run in the end, not quite up to snuff. Martin Perez has time and outlets to Johnson. Has time and space in front of him. About 10 minutes plus stoppage time left in the opening half. Ooh, that just slipped underneath the boot of Jaime. Hasn't put a foot wrong, really, in this first half. From the throw, it's Scott's header. Booth holding it up. But in the end, losing out to Rosero, who pirouettes. And then clips it over the top, but Osborne, he's on the scene. Cruz. Switched onto this near side looking for Montañez. Was there a trip in there? Good spot by the referee. There was. Remember, John Booth, he's fouled. It's a free kick. The number 9 is expected to hold up the ball there, and I think he was fouled initially before that secondary challenge came in. And again, the possession, the control has all been in Puerto Rico's favor in this first half. Reyes' goal has solidified that as well. Cayman Islands have to get more possession if they are to turn things around. Johnson again. Volleyed towards Osborne, who on the bounce makes a rather clean fielding of it. and outlets it to the far side. Now, Coriano has not been afraid to test the limits. Hit the bar earlier, had another close call, and that time forces Osborne to make a play on it. And again, Johnson just picking players out here. That's threaded through. And as it does fall to Osborne, Puerto Rico player did go down in the area, but the referee lets play continue here. One back by Montañez, who looked to have been fouled there by Cameron Murray. Referee gives it, and it's a free kick. Sebastian Rivera delivers the cross, and the header, as tame as it was actually rather well dug out considering how congested the area was. But Osborne again is able to clear it after catching it. Here come Puerto Rico again, another early cross here, and the header is down, and the header is in from Troy Montañez. And with 6 minutes left in the half, Puerto Rico double their delight. It's 2-0. Now again, these early crosses that Puerto Rico have been putting in all half have notably been defended well by the Cayman Islands, but on this particular occasion, Montañez was left unmarked and finishes beautifully. 2-0 to the men in blue. In the midst of some of those celebrations, looks like the Cayman Islands have made a couple of changes here. Kaimani Parsons is out. Jahari Reed has come in. About 5 minutes in stoppages left. I think that might be the only change. There was a couple of red shirts in and around the halfway line there. That is certainly more of a defensive change for Claudio Garcia. With his team now 2-0 down. Still 5 minutes left in the half. Reyes and Montañez on the score sheet for Puerto Rico. Sauls stood up by Morrison.
Attack the ball. Step, Charlie, step, Nico.
Another long distance attempt. One that is rather wide and off target.
Higher, Steven, higher.
Good follow-up on a couple of occasions there from Jaime. Now Booth trying to track it down and does force it out for a throw-in. And the Cayman Islands get some numbers forward here. That is looped over the top looking for Levi Jack, who does get onto it for the Cayman Islands. Finds Booth. Jack on the follow-up. And eventually it is held onto by Perez off his line. Kept it in play and held onto it. It's the first real foray forward for the Cayman Islands in this first half. And they win the ball back again on this far side. They try to move it forward here, but the challenge from Mason Jr. Did not get much of the ball, if any. And it's a Puerto Rico free kick. Yeah, Cruz had beaten him to it after a loose touch. And Mason Jr. follows through. Coriano out wide. Another good service into the 18-yard box, and again, there's Puerto Rico players trying to follow up here. Eventually, it does ricochet all the way back to Johnson. Rosero under pressure from Booth. He just clip it forward. And the Cayman Islands get possession back and still have to clear this here. It's only cleared as far as Johnson. And it's almost sliced through from Montañez through the lines here, but it's cut out. And then as Johnson follows up on it, Murray was fouled by Rivera. That's a free kick for the Cayman Islands in the middle of their own half. Reed, dispossessed. A little push and a chase by Jaime, who's then brought down underneath the Jahari Reed challenge. And I think the substitute here is going to see the first yellow card of the game. Well, just brought on to try to shore things up defensively here, and more of a hip check probably than anything else, but one that the referee deemed was worthy of going to the pocket. Now we're into first half stoppage time here in Aruba. Stays with Puerto Rico on this near side. I feel there still might be enough time to grab one more opportunity here. Towards Montañez here. Sauls down the byline. He's in behind. Good save, Osborne. Follow-up is in from Miguel Coriano. Well, he hit the bar earlier in the half. He's had a multitude of opportunities here for Puerto Rico, and it finally falls kindly for him. And Miguel Coriano, after the great work from Sauls to get the shot away, follows up and finishes to give Puerto Rico a 3-0 lead in first half stoppage time. Now, the shot from close range from Sauls was parried by Osborne, but Coriano was right there to sweep it up and sweep it in. 3 goals from 3 different Puerto Rican goal scorers. And what could finish off a very dominant opening half here in Concacaf Under-15 Boys Championship play. Montañez looking for more down this near side. He has stood up. Little peek at the watch from our referee here. 2 minutes have elapsed of stoppage time. And that is the end of the half here in Aruba. Well, about picture perfect from Puerto Rico. They were excellent from start to finish. They dominated possession. They've dominated the chances. As we had alluded to at the top of the broadcast, how clinical could they be in the final third? The answer is very clinical. 3 different goal scorers, 3 goals, and the boys in blue are bursting through at the moment here on this first big game in League B in Group C. We, of course, will look back at the first half and first half highlights coming up in just a moment. But at the moment, we'll step aside here in Aruba, where it is halftime, and it is Puerto Rico 3. It is the Cayman Islands 0. We'll be back in a moment. the door and eventually broke through. Johnson clipping balls over the top throughout the majority of the half. It fell kindly for Reyes, the captain, who buries it into the bottom right-hand corner.
Let's go,
Puerto Rico the lead here in Aruba. And they would only keep on going. Coriano, how many chances did he have in that first half, stinging the frame not long after? Then another long-distance try, this time from Rosero. Johnny Osborne able to collect for the Cayman Islands here. And again, the Cayman Islands didn't really have a sustained amount of possession, maybe one or two half chances from them in this first half. That'll have to change if they are to get back into the match. And, well, we mentioned it, Coriano wasn't afraid to take on those long-distance attempts. And then here, Reyes into the middle, gets a goal, and then here, an assist. Finding Troy Montañez in the middle, who nestles the header into the back of the net for 2-0. Then the only yellow card of the half, the substitute, Jahari Reed, booked for that hip check on this near side. But then Puerto Rico, they just kept on coming. They really wanted to stamp their authority on this first half. And then here's Saul's. His attempt was parried. And Coriano gets his goal in the end in first half stoppage time. Puerto Rico with 3 different goal scorers lead by 3-0 at the half. Really good half from Puerto Rico. They were fantastic, they were dominant, and they were ruthless in the final third. See if they can build on that in the second half. Cayman Islands need more possession, a little bit more flow. We'll see if they can bounce back in the second 35 minutes here in Aruba. 3-0 Puerto Rico. We'll have the second half coming up in just a moment. Welcome back, everyone. Started the second half here. Looks like Puerto Rico have made a few changes here. Marco Russo, Julian Maldonado, both coming on at the start of the second half. Again, League B, Group C, Concacaf boys under 15 championships here in Aruba. Getting a second half here, 35 minutes in length, 70-minute games. Puerto Rico hoping to build off a 3-0 first half. See there, Maldonado on for Montañez, who was one of the goal scorers in that first half. Russo on, Rivera off. Was that second change that we had referred to just a moment ago. It's going to be a foul, free kick. Cayman Islands, who are in all red. Puerto Rico, leading by 3-0, are in all blue. Cayman Islands did make a change in the middle of the first half. That was Jahari Reed, who has since picked up a yellow card coming in for Kaimani Parsons. But Claudio Garcia did not make any halftime changes from what we saw there. Hoping his team can maybe grab a little bit more of the ball in the second half. Haven't had a ton of possession to work with. And of course, still trying to fend off Puerto Rico's attacking advances. Lovely give and go down this far side. Russo, the substitute, involved. But he's going to run out of room in the end, and it is a goal kick. Pressure from Sauls forces the clearance upfield. Another look there. That was pushed forward by Mitten after the free kick was given. Well, set piece opportunity here. Puerto Rico clearly want to put this inside the 18-yard box and hope they can get someone on the end of it. Doesn't get into the 18-yard box, at least not initially. Headed away. Then on the follow-up, Maldonado's cross into the middle is touched away by Osborne. Jack follows up, cannot keep it in play. Well, Johnny Osborne had 3 blue shirts to contend with here on this ball in, and he touches it away from all 3. Really good goalkeeping. He might be called upon again as Puerto Rico win a corner on this near side. It's taken short. Cross towards the back stick is headed down, but headed wide and out for a goal kick. Last off of Maldonado, who, to be fair, didn't have a ton of time to react to that. And you might see Puerto Rico continue to push for goals for multiple reasons, right? They want to make sure that this result holds up and they can grab 3 points rather comfortably, but also, again, in group stage play, tiebreakers tend to play quite a bit of a role. You want to have a solid goal differential, as many goals scored as you can get, just in case those tiebreakers do come into play later on. Yeah, it's something we mentioned because, well, for those, of course, that follow the game, how many times, how many tournaments have we seen it come down to sometimes the first tiebreaker, second, even third tiebreakers. We've seen major tournaments in the past come down to nearly, not quite getting there, but nearly the flip of a coin, because we've exhausted all of the tiebreakers. I even remember a group stage in the World Cup, a few World Cups back, where it came down to the number of yellow cards in a group stage. I mean, that's how fine the margins were. That's why you want to make sure you take care of business as best as you can. You don't want it to come down to something like that. It's such a fine margin. It's going to be played up ahead by Noah Mitten. He's swept up by Perez, but he couldn't find a teammate. And it's a Cayman Islands throw on this near side after good pressure from Levi Jack. Mason. Delicately over the top for Mitten. Oh, and then nearly poked all the way through for Booth, but it was cut out. Cayman Islands do win the ball back here. It's clipped over the top again. Booth is in the area, but Perez gets there first. Well, that's kind of what we were alluding to earlier. Some sustained pressure, some sustained possession. And clearly when the Cayman Islands can have that, they can make things happen in the final third. Can they get enough of it to start making the momentum shift back a bit in their favor? It was played forward initially by Harding, who gets the ball back. Maldonado. Coriano. Try to clip it onto this near side. Nice touch there and defensive work. Johnson winning it back. Russo out wide. Russo's cross goes over everybody's head. A 1 or 2 raindrops starting to fall here in Aruba. We said the wind might be a little bit of a factor in this game as it moved on. It hasn't really been, to be fair. Saw the wind blowing the shirts around of some of the players. It still is from time to time, but hasn't really made much of an impact on how the game has been played. And then now with the rain starting to fall down a bit here, we'll see if that makes any impact on how the match goes as the second half progresses. Lovely ball here, Maldonado. Reyes across the face of goal here. Oh, and it hits off the post. And then hits off the other post after Osborne got a piece on it on the Saul's attempt. Well, how unlucky is Fabian Sauls here? Wonderful build-up play. His volley strikes the right upright. Then Osborne parries it back off his own left-hand post. And eventually it's cleared out for a throw-in on the near side. Wow. Well, Puerto Rico have officially hit every part of the upright in this game. Coriano, remember, hit the crossbar in the first half. Sauls hits the right post, and then his shot deflects off of Osborne, hits the other post. Another attempt here. Blocked away. Controlled by Levi Jack, who tries to play in Booth to no avail. It's swept up by Feliz.
it up, bring it up, bring it up, bring it up.
Of course, we've given the plaudits to the goal scorers, but Puerto Rico's midfield and defense have been rather strong as well, led by the likes of Johnson and Feliz in a defensive setup. And even the likes of Cruz and Jaime have also provided stability, whether it's been on the outsides or in the middle of the park. Play is stopped here, as there is a player injured potentially for Puerto Rico here. It's Curiano, who has had a very good game to this point as well. Of course, is one of the goal scorers.
Well done, Sammy. Well done. Don't do it, don't do it, don't do it, please.
Well, we hope Curiano is okay. He's been down for a little while here. Puerto Rico did use 2 halftime changes. And the last players available, at least most of the outfield players that they have left, are more of a defensive side here. Curiano gets a handshake from Rajon Booth, who was checking in on him. Will Curiano try to continue here, or will this force Andres Mirabelli's hand? We'll have to wait and see on that. He's still on this near side, talking with the 4th official. For now, Puerto Rico are down to 10. This ball is played over the top, and Cayman Islands do clear it out for a corner. Even with just 10 on the field, Reyes still found a way to get in behind. It was, for a brief moment, unmarked. Got in behind past Mason. Good recovery by Thomas defensively. Cruz from the corner. Into the wind and the rain, it's knocked down. And then on the layoff, the shot was really sweetly struck. But Osborne is able to make the save. Now can the Cayman Islands here bring this up the other end? They had some numbers, but it is quickly swept up nicely by Puerto Rico's back line. Thomas, under pressure here, clears it upfield. Ends up going out of play again for a throw as Curiano is back out there and involved. Of course, bringing the Puerto Rico numbers back to full strength. Again, remember the first of 3 here that we'll have in League B today. We'll have a couple more good games coming up as the day moves along. Ooh, on the cutback here. Oh, that was a lovely bit of skill. But the offside flag brings the attack to a halt. Alfredo Reyes has really done well down this near side. Did everything right except for staying on side in that particular occasion. Another whistle, another free kick. Oh, that ball was played forward. And as it was deflected away, Jeremy Rosero has picked up an injury here. Another look. Oh, he maybe fell a bit awkwardly there after the contact with Levi Jack, who obviously was just going for the ball. I think it was more awkward than anything else. And he will be assessed as well. Well, this injury stoppage will lead to both teams coming to this near side for a cooling break. Here in the second half, about 19 minutes plus stoppage time to go in this Group C opener. We are in League B. It is the Concacaf Boys Under-15 Championship in Aruba. All the goals, by the way, came in the first half of this 70-minute game. 3 different Puerto Rico goal scorers leading the way. Have to credit, though, the Puerto Rican defense and the midfield as well. They have been stout, sturdy, consistent. They've done the job very well as the sun pokes back through the clouds just a bit there. You can see in the background, of course, some of the storm clouds still overhead, but obviously hoping that it sort of simmers down a bit as the day moves on. And Puerto Rico, out of the cooling break, are going to make a couple of changes here. Luis Rodriguez and Sebastian Supa are going to come in. Rosero, who just was dealing with that injury, he's going to come out. Oscar Shakespeare and Callum Whiteside are also going to come in for the Cayman Islands. That's going to be it for Harding and for Levi Jack. Well, here come Puerto Rico again out of that stoppage when they nearly kept the ball in play. The sliding attempt from Russo goes out of play, though. It's a goal kick. A little bit of miscommunication there as the ball goes past Cruz. Wasn't quite ready for it. Throw in for the Cayman Islands on the near side, taken quickly. But again, Puerto Rico not caught out. Supan Company, Cruz. But it does go out of play. Throw in again. Now that's going to go out of play.
Step. Cam, no. Chico, let's go. Stay out. Step. Here we go. Push. You, Chico. Middle, Callum. Step. The ball is coming. Here we go. Don't dive
Here's
in.
Cruz. Gets past the challenge. Forced to go back to Perez through some of the Cayman Islands pressure there. And the ball is floated. Oh, it's over the top here. But Osborne, again, is right there. He's been excellent for the Cayman Islands. Makes the right play. Then Mason is dispossessed. This is Cruz. And it's just out of the reach of Luis Rodriguez. It'll be a goal kick. And there is a player down here for the Cayman Islands away from the end of the play. That is getting stretched out at the moment. Looks like it's Cameron Murray. Ooh, and Murray actually, I think, was trying to stop his run to get back in front of Cruz, or at least try to chase him down. May have tweaked something in the process there of trying to stop his momentum. Well, that's a slip from Osborne off the clearance. I wonder if the surface had anything to do with that. Oh, clever move there by Noah Mitten to keep the Cayman Islands in possession here as the rain continues to come down and actually comes down a bit harder along with the winds here. Off the takeaway, Puerto Rico again look to put some numbers forward. Coriano lays it off. And the long distance shot is blazed over the top by Sebastian Supa. It's a goal kick. And again, Puerto Rico have the players, have the quality to take on some of these outside shots. That was not far away. Although to give it Johnny Osborne his due there, I think he probably would have had that covered if it had hit the target. One of those that was, I think, central enough that if it had dipped under the bar, Osborne likely saves it. But here come Puerto Rico again. Far side here. Chance to cut it back. Thomas does well defensively, forcing Puerto Rico back out of the 18. That's one back well by Murray. Player down here for Puerto Rico as the ball is still in play, and finally the referee is going to bring it to a halt. I think it was Coriano, who's, of course, been attended to once already. He's tried to continue on for Puerto Rico here, but he may have re-aggravated something there. We'll wait and see, of course. He's still being looked after. There's also a player down for the Cayman Islands as well. And the Cayman Islands are actually going to make a change here. That's Luke Watson, who is getting set to come on. And we saw a player down for the Cayman Islands. Claudio Garcia would use his 5th change here if Watson is to come on. It's very likely, of course, that he is, because he has already discussed things with the 4th official. And he's going to come on to replace Cameron Murray. As it stands, Miguel Coriano is going to continue to try and fight on for Puerto Rico here. Coming down to the final 10 minutes plus stoppage time of the match. And from the drop ball, it is sent forward by Jahari Reed.
No foul yet. No foul. Shoulder.
Cruz. Oh, it was just flicked on and away. More blue shirts starting to flood the penalty area. Puerto Rico again continuing to create opportunities here, and again, Cayman Islands doing their best to clear it. It's not definitively cleared, however. On this far side, the follow-up attempt from Jaime is snuffed out. Long distance strike. Again, is well over the top. Marco Russo now trying to find the back of the net with a head turner of a strike, but not able to hit the target. And again, to be fair, it's going to take a lot more than that to beat a Johnny Osborne, who's been very strong for the Cayman Islands today. Ooh, Booth is going to have a chance to track this down. Well, Puerto Rico were looking for a foul there. Perez still has to get this clear. But of course, he has the stable Miles Johnson in front of him. Well, Miles Johnson's almost been kind of a point guard for Puerto Rico in this game. Yes, he's a defender, but they've given him so much opportunity to have some time and space. He can sort of assess the scene. Of course, he picked out Reyes for the first goal. And from multiple facets, it's just keeping control, keeping calm in the game for his team. Cayman Islands have the throw here on the near side. It's going to be touched out of play in the end. And the times that the Puerto Rican defense has been called upon, they really haven't put a foot wrong in this game. That should be remembered. Well, here comes a change here. Coriano, he's finally going to come out. He gave it a heck of a go. He'll be replaced by Mateo Sanchez. That is the 5th Puerto Rican change of the game. Russo switches the point of the attack. Well, they played it a little bit behind, but Sanchez just onto the field does very well and puts Puerto Rico on the front foot. But it's well defended by Jahari Reed, although he does give the ball back up. Sebastian Supa. Marco Russo. Sends the ball across. Eventually, it ricochets out of play. Oh, they tried a little give and go from the throw. It leaks over the sideline here. It goes back to the Cayman Islands. Well, Cruz again will get a chance to provide the delivery. And into the mix. Oh, the header goes back out of play. It's going to be another corner. Adil Cruz will try again. Really good ball. Oh, there were headers flying to try to get a piece onto that. Johnson tries to keep it going, and his shot is blocked. The Cayman Islands again trying to escape on this far side. Referee blows the whistle, and I think it's going to be a free kick here. Oh, I take that back. It is going to just be a throw for the Cayman Islands. Booth comes back to help and wins the ball back cleanly. Referee lets it play on here. Mitten can't move it any further than that. Can you see there? Reyes, Montañez, Coriano, all the goals for Puerto Rico came in the first half. This is Johnson over the top, again trying to pick out Russo. Shepherded away by Mason, and it's going to be a goal kick. It's going to be pushed ahead here for Booth. Ooh, and Booth, did he make a push in the back there? I think he did. Well, there's a big collision between two Puerto Rico players here, and actually, you could hear some of the chirps from the Cayman Islands side that could have been friendly fire, but I think Booth put a little bit of a nudge on the back of Feliz, who crashed into Perez.
No.
And Feliz is still down here.
No. Don't make false arrangements there. That's nothing there. Don't make it up because nothing like that.
So there's still complaints coming from the Cayman Islands technical area that there wasn't enough contact from Booth here. We get the luxury of another look. There's clearly a push there. I'm not sure if the Cayman Islands coaching staff would have the same opinion if they had a look at the replay. Have to credit Rajon Booth. He's got to do everything he can to try to get to that ball in that situation, but he clearly extends the arm and pushes Feliz over into the goalkeeper Perez, and they both are okay, fortunately enough. Again, the referees don't get the replays that we do, so credit our head official for getting that absolutely right here. Although actually, Feliz, he's going to be taken off here. I wonder if that's a precaution. Joshuan Cabrera, he's going to come in here for Puerto Rico for the final few moments. Still 2 minutes. And of course, some stoppage time left to play as the sun once again shines here. Ooh, lovely little through ball here. Russo didn't get the shot away, but wins a corner. Well, if he was going to attempt a shot or a cross, there was a brief moment, brief window of opportunity in which to do that. He did not take that chance, but his team still has a set piece to work with as we're getting into the dying embers of this League B tilt. Cruz clips it in. Ooh, and it was a free header initially. Booth then pops it up in the air. That was Cabrera, just came in. He was able to get his head to that, incredibly. But was not able to trouble the goalkeeper in any way, shape, or form. Remember, these are 70-minute games, so we're approaching second half stoppage time here at the end of the match. Johnson plays it square. A couple of Cayman Island challenges there, but Puerto Rico can play on, and then the ball in behind goes right to Osborne. Now Thomas does really well there, finds Watson. Now Mason. So we're into 3 added minutes at the end of the match here.
No foul. Blue ball, blue ball, blue ball, blue ball.
And then that's just a poor push out of play. Bit surprised the referee didn't give that.
Let's go, let's go.
Seth Maldonado Ebanks just kept on. Well, I guess he treaded the line, didn't technically step over it in the view of the referee, but he continued to push, that's for sure. Throw in for Puerto Rico on this near side, about 2.5 minutes left. Cross there is going to go out of play. Fabian Sauls immediately is pointing to his leg here. Possibly injured himself as he tried to get that cross in. Play is going to continue here. I think the referee's actually told Sauls to get up here. Well, if Sauls is hurt, the play should have been stopped before the restart happened. Referee did not allow that to happen here. Now, the one concerning thing from Andres Mirabelli's group is they actually are out of outfield players to bring on as substitutes here. Dariel Rivera, who's actually their backup goalkeeper listed today, is the only sub left on the Puerto Rico bench. So if Sauls cannot continue here, would be a short stint, but they would be down to 10 more than likely, unless they do want to bring Rivera in just to make up the numbers here. Sauls immediately pointed to his right leg as if to say, I've injured it. I can tell I injured it. Little bit surprised that the referee didn't just delay the restart, didn't need to let the ball go back into play there. He clearly saw that Sauls was injured. Normally referees acknowledge it, particularly when the ball is not in play. If the ball's in play, of course, then the team is allowed to continue on until the referee does stop the play or the ball goes out of play. Rarely do you see the referee allow a restart when there is an injured player down. And unfortunately for Sauls, he's going to have to be carried off here. There's a Puerto Rico throw after Sauls is carried off. And again, for now, Puerto Rico are down to 10. Likely won't mean too much in the grand scheme. All the damage was done in the first half of this one. It is also at the referee's discretion how much further we play on. We are approaching a 5th added minute. Booth takes it off of Cruz and takes on the shot. Well, if that does go down as a shot, I think that's the first attempt that the Cayman Islands have had. That really goes back to the credit that Puerto Rico's defense deserves in this game. And as Perez picks up the ball, that is full time here in Aruba. Perfect start to group play for Puerto Rico at the Concacaf Boys Under-15 Championship. 3 first-half goals from 3 different goal scorers, enough for Puerto Rico to take the victory and take all 3 points over the Cayman Islands here today. And for at least the time being, of course, Puerto Rico will be at the top of Group C here in League B. And again, as much as we credited the offensive play, the attacking play, the persistence from that Puerto Rican attacking group in the final third, the control they had in the midfield, the ability to repress and win the ball back was evident in this match as well. And then the likes of Johnson, Coriano, Feliz, Cruz, defensively in front of Martin Perez, played a sparkling performance in the defensive sense of the game as well. Cayman Islands, I must say, were much better in the second half, particularly from a defensive point of view. They kept a second half clean sheet for what that's worth. Certainly something to build on for Claudio Garcia's group overall. But of course, they'll need more possession and more creativity in the final third. Not really many big chances to speak of for them, mostly just half chances and one or two flurries forward, where they were not able to really capitalize on the few moments of extended possession that they had. But they did have more of that in the second half. They did have more of the ball. They had a little bit more of a forward-thinking mindset at times in the second half. But Puerto Rico's dominance shined through, and the 3-0 victory, again, puts them at the top of the group for the time being, with 3 very important points at the start of what could be a very, very tough group stage. A lot of these groups are very well balanced, and Group C, you could argue, is certainly in that discussion. So Puerto Rico get off on the right foot, and remember, this is just the first of 3 that we have here today. Before we take a brief break, before our second game of the day, we do get a chance to look back at the full-time highlights between Puerto Rico and the Cayman Islands. And my goodness, there was a lot of Puerto Rico chances, particularly in the first half, the first 20 to 30 minutes of the game. Puerto Rico were really on top of it, and it culminated with this opportunity for Wilfredo Reyes, who buries the chance into the bottom corner off the over-the-top feed from Miles Johnson. Captain's goal, and Puerto Rico's first goal of the tournament came inside of 12 minutes to give them a 1-0 lead. Then Coriano hitting the bar just a few moments after that, and then Puerto Rico just kept on pushing. Rosero pirouetting and shooting. Johnny Osborne, who was busy throughout, made one of his many solid saves in this game as well. And then Coriano, another long-distance attempt that was bounced in there. Reyes with a goal. Reyes with an assist, putting it on a plate from Montañez, who heads it home to give Puerto Rico a 2-0 lead with 5 minutes left in the first half. Jahari Reed for the Cayman Islands picked up the only yellow card of the game, a little hip check on this near side. That also happened in the first half of the game. Then in first half stoppage time, Fabian Sauls, great work here, gets the shot away, parried by Osborne. Rebound finish from Miguel Coriano to make it 3-0 going into the second half. And while there weren't any goals in the second half, there was certainly still chances for Puerto Rico. Cayman Islands, I must say, again, were better in the second 45. Osborne with a big parry there in traffic. But again, the Cayman Islands just didn't have enough possession to really make much happen. And then Russo here, great substitution in the second half to come on, providing bursts of pace and energy and creativity. Then here Reyes for Sauls, off the post, off Osborne, off the other post. Somehow doesn't go in. That was Puerto Rico's best chance in the second half. Reyes again laid on, beaten to it by Jean-Marc Thomas to make sure that that did not end up in the back of the net. Then on the layoff here, Sauls again, thwarted by a Johnny Osborne who really played well in goal for the Cayman Islands. And Supa, another substitute, lets the shot fly. Good strike, just not on target. Then Rajon Booth, maybe one of the only few opportunities to move forward for the Cayman Islands, but he committed a foul on the back end and did not get a chance created. In the end, 3 goals and 3 points for Puerto Rico, who were fantastic from start to finish. The Cayman Islands, of course, will go back to the drawing board, hoping to build on some of the positivity we saw from them in the second half. We'll have a brief break. We'll come back for Jamaica against Belize, our second game of the day, as our first game in Aruba finishes Puerto Rico 3, the Cayman Islands 0.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Jamaica and Belize to the 2025 Concacaf Boys Under 13 Championship.
Test, test, test. 1, 2, 3. Well, that is a foul, and it is a free kick. Yellow card comes out as well on this near side. Davion Serrano picks up a yellow card for Belize. Jamaica scoring in the early seconds of the game, giving themselves a 1-0 lead. On the prowl again, looking for a second. Acrobatic clearance away, and Belize in their white kits look to bring this forward up the other end. That ball is clipped over the top. Chance to cut it back inside. Well defended. Leon Lord Jr. able to clear it upfield. But again, Jamaica, good early pressure here. They win the ball right back off the repress. And they nearly slide a lovely ball through the heart of the Belize defense, but it is cleared upfield. Ramesh Sims for Jamaica down this near side. Lovely ball into the path of Kyle Hussey. Up ahead for Clark. Clark across. Oh, it's off the bar. Could have easily been 2-0. Oh, great build-up play here from the Reggae Boys on the byline. It's kept in play, and it's unlucky. Shot from Kelvin Brown, the captain, rattling the frame. Captain making sure his shooting boots are on tightly enough. He nearly scored. Let Jamaica have the lead, of course, trying to build on that. They've really not wasted too much time creating more opportunities. Andrew Pert's side. Opening goal was scored by Kevon Holloway inside of the first 30 seconds of the game, just about. Perfect start for Jamaica here in Group D play. That's a lovely ball up the other end, though. Here come Belize, looking to find an equalizer here, but it's well defended. Aldiano Walters stopping Belize in their tracks here on the far side. Eventually, the ball is going to roll towards that far sideline. I think it just leaks out of play. Well, Kenrick Brown tried to track it down. Throw in for Belize on the far side. Good layoff here, and on the edge of the 18-yard box. That's Tamai trying to get a shot away here, but he's forced to go to this near side of the 18-yard box where he's dispossessed. Well, can the Reggae Boys run this up the other end? Hussey lays it off. Kenrick Brown. Well, eventually it's deflected out of play. Belize get it out of their own 18 here. Tamai plays a really good ball down this near side, and it could open up here for Serrano. And then on the turn, this is Glenn, and Glenn, oh, dispossessed on the edge of the 18-yard box. Even Del Paleo, the Belize coach on this near side, hands on head. That looked to be a really good chance. Well, the early goal, Holloway has the Reggae Boys in front. Again, remember 70-minute games, 35-minute halves. It's our second game of the day at the Boys Under 15 Championships. Had Puerto Rico winning by 3-0 earlier as Brown is caught offside here. We will have the hosts Aruba in our final game. They'll take on Curaçao. Another big Group D encounter to finish off the day's action here in Aruba. Looking forward to that one as well. It's been a brilliant start for Jamaica here. They're hoping to build on it as they move towards the 18-yard box again. Clark with the layoff. Lovely ball threaded through here for Hussey, who runs out of room but does knock it off of Belize defender. And Jamaica have a corner on the near side. Corner is taken short. Ooh, Hussey does well. Gallops into the penalty area. Oh, puts it on a plate. And the first time attempt, he's skied over the top by the goal scorer, Holloway. Really good move by Kyle Hussey. Little drop of the shoulder, gets past the defender. The pass as well is on point. But Holloway just couldn't keep it down. Holloway wins it back. Cross from Taylor into the middle, goes all the way through. Harris is on the case for Belize. I think there's a player down away from the play here. And immediately the Jamaican medical staff are going to come out and have a look. Looked like this happened away from the player, maybe on the back end of an earlier sequence. Well, we of course hope that it is nothing too serious here. Well, the player down is the captain, Kelvin Brown. Well, both teams during that injury stoppage sort of regrouped on this near side. Both teams breaking out of their respective huddles. Well, it's been such a fabulous start from the Reggae Boys. You'd hate to see their captain not be able to continue here. We'll, of course, wait to see on what the verdict is with that. Now, Willis played that up ahead, and Belize could be through here. There's up numbers in the middle of the penalty area here, but it's well defended by Jamaica on the far side edge of the 18. It's deflected out. Belize will get a set piece out of it on the back end. Daniel Kaliz is going to take it. And from the corner, oh! Nearly a free header. But it is miscued wide of the target. What a service here. Kaliz puts it right where he needs to, in the heart of the penalty area. And the header from Jordan Glenn needed to be more accurate. He almost tried to guide it as it fell into the middle of the 18-yard box, where he really needed to sort of swing his head at it and put more power and direction behind it. Good response from Belize. They're a bit unfortunate not to grab an equalizer there. They're still in pursuit of one here. Tamai does really well to slide it through for Glenn. And Glenn is second best to get there. Kelvin Brown does well defensively. And it's a Belize throw-in on the near side. Tamai again does really well. Lays it off. In the end, Dion Megan not able to really do much with that. Lovely ball through here. Holloway onto this near side. Hussey clips the ball in. It's a free header, and it's saved by Harris. Well, Brown, who came back onto the field during that last defensive stand for Jamaica, gets his head on the end of that, the captain. But it's tame enough for Stefan Harris to make the stop for Belize between the sticks. Look at this. Hussey does really well. Chops it back. Great ball in. Just about on a platter, isn't it? Right there for Brown to attack. Just had to pick a side, really. Went right down the middle. And Harris was right there. This is Clive Medwood Jr. Great run from him through the traffic. It is, I believe, a Belize free kick, and that will lead us into a first half cooling break. Just like we had in our first game of the day. Again, it's in the 90s, the temperatures in Aruba today. Of course, there's some humidity involved in that as well. Well, this was the Holloway scamper, and then ball played back in for Holloway, who, yes, was denied the first time, but follows up to give Jamaica the lead just seconds into the contest. And that is where we stand at the moment. Good relentless play from the Reggae Boys in the final third. They've looked to add on to that lead as the half has moved along. Belize have had one or two chances up the other end, to their credit. But for the time being, Jamaica are still in the lead and still the more likely, at least on the balance of play, to maybe add on at some point in this first half. It is a Belize free kick out of the cooling break here. It's going to be taken right at the goalkeeper, Spence, here. And Marcadine Spence has it for a Reggae Boys reset. Brown up ahead to Hussey, who's had a really nice impact so far. That time is dispossessed. Ooh, Hussey again, but then Sims is dispossessed. Belize have some numbers forward here as this rolls out of play for a throw-in. Medwood Jr. with the throw. Ooh, it's a miscued clearance. And then on the edge of the 18, Jamaica win it back through Steve Hewitt. Now that through ball looking for Serrano on the near side, out of play. And possession goes back to Jamaica. A good take by Callis, dispossessed in the end as he tried to feed it. Sims for Clark. And then Clark over the top. Sees his pass cut out as well. Good follow-up by Kenrick Brown. It's back to Kenrick Brown, whose ball into the middle is again headed down by Kelvin Brown, who again is thwarted by Stefan Harris. That's back-to-back Brown attempts in the middle. And in the end, he basically hits it right at Harris, the goalkeeper. Ooh, that challenge. And Megan, I think, is going to get booked for that. He is. The captain sees a yellow card. Another look. Little layoff there from Brown, and then clearly Clark had pushed it further away from the Belize captain, who's still committed and gets a yellow card for his troubles here. Now the medical staff is just having a look at Davion Clark here. He is going to trot off with the rest of the medical staff. Sims, off the restart. Just tried to fizz it in there. Was blocked away. Oh, there is a push away from the play. Referee allows it to continue. Enrique Tamai. Oh, he tried to lay it off for Glenn. And they were not on the same page. I wonder if Glenn may have been offside there. Either way. But it's a moot point, and the attack breaks down. Oh, brilliant play through there from Jamaica through the Belize press. Clipped up ahead by Holloway. And then it's really good defensive work on the back end by Lord Jr., but then he loses out. Ball's played to the edge of the area for Brown, and the relay shot is blocked away. Could still be a chance for Clark. And Clark is dispossessed. Now Belize look to break. Up the other end with Glenn. And Spence steps in. And his teammates are there to help clean things up as we go back and forth here. Walters. Down the far side, and again, Jamaica looking to make things happen on the wings here. Approaching the 18-yard box on the far side. And on the layoff, the shot is wide from Davion Clark. Now this is Samuel Taylor, does really well. And then on the layoff, I think Clark gets put off there just at the end. A late challenge that comes in. And there was a possible touch on that as well. It's actually out for a corner to Jamaica on the far side. Well, how will Belize handle this set piece from a defensive standpoint, I should say here? It's going to be an in-swinger. And before it was taken, the referee actually blew the whistle and is going to jog over to this near side. I guess the fourth official has some information that he wants to pass along here. Well, the fourth official is sort of supposed to be the eyes in the back of the head for a center referee, particularly for stuff that happens on the touchline. Was something said? Was something done? Tough to tell. The assistant referee on this near side was also involved in that brief conference. Was something spotted away from the play here? Referee does have a yellow card out. And Davion Clark has been summoned and has been booked. Well, the only thing, and I have no idea if this is the case because we didn't see it. Well, let's get to the corner first, then we'll rehash that. The corner is headed out of play. The only thing I could think of is that Davion Clark possibly re-entered the field because he was injured and left the field briefly without the referee's consent to come back onto the pitch. That's the only thing I could think of that warranted him getting booked there. And by the way, not just the referee. I think he didn't tell the fourth official or the assistant referee either, which must have been why that conference was had. The fourth official summoned the assistant referee first, then the head referee came over. And that, I think, again, we're just guessing here, but that is the most likely scenario based on us trying to sort of put the puzzle pieces together there for you. If we get any other information on that, we'll pass it along as Jamaica pass their way through, only for Harris to make the stop on the Taylor shot. The ball bounces over the end line, and it is going to be a corner for Jamaica. Now some silky smooth play here from the Reggae boys. Taylor nearly does it all by himself, but it's a good stop from Harris. Well, Sims will deliver the corner again. It is a free header, but it's cushioned kindly for Harris. The outlet is for Glenn, who can run on and into some space here for Belize. It's still Glenn, waiting for more support. And his cross into the middle, not the best of clearances here. It's volleyed. And it's volleyed wide. Dion Migan is the player who took on the shot. And again, it just floats wide. And frankly, was too high, I think, as well, to hit the target. More Belize pressure, but Jamaica play their way through and send it upfield. Only for Harris to reset for Belize here. Boy, it hasn't been quite end-to-end, but it certainly has been back and forth. Certainly these last 5 or 10 minutes, chances at either end here. More wonderful skill here from Clyde Medwood Jr., who slides this. It's going to go all the way through. Oh, and Serrano's shot is blocked by Kelvin Brown. Oh, Medwood Jr., how's this for a ball? Slicing and dicing through the Jamaican defense, but my goodness, Kelvin Brown had to get that right, and it is a perfectly timed defensive challenge. It does go out for a Belize corner after a close call. It's taken short. But Jamaica are all over it on this near side. Hussey ends up winning a foul and a free kick. He actually was taking on 2 players by himself. In the end, he's able to win the challenge. That Davion Clark got a yellow card. He did not let anybody know that he was coming back in off the pitch. After he was injured, he came back on, did not let anybody know, and apparently the Jamaican coaching staff did not either. And that is a bookable offense. Have to come back on at the referee's discretion from an injury. That is kept in play. It was nearly a situation where Kelvin Brown could attack that. It still might be. Belize have not cleared this yet. And eventually, it is sent out of the 18-yard box. The goal scorer, Holloway, plays it square for Sims. Good layup. Oh, gorgeous give and go! And Clark is not able to finish it off on the back end. Oh, how sweet was this give and go. Gorgeous. But then the finish from Clark, not there. And Belize are let off the hook. That was some special interplay in and around the 18-yard box from the Reggae boys. They just could not finish off what would have been a sparkling team goal. Serrano lays this off. Here comes Medwood Jr. again. But this time his pass comes up short. Well, how good has Clive Medwood Jr. been for Belize? He's been excellent at times, bringing the ball forward. 4 minutes plus stoppages left in what's been a really good half of play here. Serrano on the turn. Jordan Glenn. Oh, he fizzed it across. But neither one thing nor the other. It goes out for a goal kick. Thought for a split second there when Glenn chops it onto his right here. You thought maybe he would shoot it. Instead, it looked more like he was trying to find a teammate. Did not accomplish either thing in the end. Well, here comes Jamaica, back up the other end. They don't quite have the numbers here, the Reggae Boys, and they are dispossessed. And Belize, who are really starting to maneuver well through the middle of the park, are going to get a foul, and they're going to get a free kick. They're going to take it quickly to try to get a yellow card out of the Reggae Boys here. I don't think it's been given. The referee will just have Belize take it again.
Come on.
Willis will take. Well, it was a hopeful ball to the edge of the 18-yard box. Jamaica had plenty of gold and green shirts back to deal with it. This is Clark, who does really nicely to hold that up. Kept his cool. Time and space for Hewitt. This is Kenrick Brown into the middle. And the header goes out of the 18-yard box. And Belize pick it back up with Davion Serrano, who is able to slide this through for Glenn. And Glenn, he's dispossessed. Kelvin Brown, not for the first time, makes a spot-on challenge defensively. Really well done. Medwood Jr.'s throw. Oh, it bounces right back out. Now, Jordan Glenn did not control it.
Turn.
And frankly, Jamaica, a bit there, are let off the hook. That was a promising opportunity. Get it into Glenn. He could maybe have provided a cross or at least recycled the play. Kept Belize in possession. But give Dale Pelayo's group credit. They go right back to putting Jamaica under pressure, and they win a late first half throw in here. This time, Glenn is on the same page with Medwood Jr. He plays it across, and the finish, is not there. On the follow-up, Clark commits a foul. And he, of course, has to be careful now on that yellow card. But Belize get a set piece here. Was this a defensive intervention? I think there might have been a defensive touch on the back end there. Then Clark has to be more careful than that. Fouls the Belize midfielder Megan from behind. And now Clive Medwood Jr. can mull over a set piece here as we get towards the end of the first half. About to approach first half stoppage time here. Jamaica leading by just the one goal.
Right there, Dion.
Well, this is in range for Medwood Jr. We're into one added minute at the end of the half. And at the back stick. The header doesn't quite go on target, and on the spin, the shot from Rancherin is blocked away. Out for a Belize throw. Now they have to take it quickly here. In the end, Jamaica, good defensive stand there. Taylor wins it back. Kelvin Brown lays it off on this near side, and it's a push forward from Hussey, who runs out of room in the end. That leaves us with about 20 seconds left in the half. But Jamaica win the ball back. Could still be time for a chance here. But the referee stops the play. There's an injured Belize player down. Right as Jamaica were about to maybe move that forward, by the way. That's Enrique Tamai, who is still down here. I do wonder if there was maybe something away from the play. Could have been a possible head injury. Again, if there's a possible head injury, the referee doesn't matter where the ball is on the field, has every right to stop the play for player safety here. But again, we did not see it. At least didn't see the full extent of it. Tamai is back up and being helped to the sideline here. Well, there will be no restart either. That is the end of the half here in Aruba. Well, the half couldn't have gotten off to much of a better start from a Jamaica point of view. Kavan Holloway scoring inside of the first minute, within seconds of the start of the match. Gave the Reggae Boys a dream start. But credit Belize, they've gone step for step with Jamaica ever since. Frankly, both teams had multiple opportunities to change the score sheet in big ways throughout that half, but some missed opportunities leave us with just the one goal and still a big 35 minutes to go. We'll have highlights and more coming up in just a moment. It is halftime at the Concacaf Boys Under-15 Championship in Aruba in League B. It's Jamaica 1. It's Belize 0. Well, Sean St. Jacques back here with you. Start of the second half between Jamaica and Belize. Belize kicked things off, going from right to left at the start of the second half. Jamaica leading by an early goal to 0. And the Reggae Boys did make a couple of substitutions there. Carlando Morris comes on for the captain, Kelvin Brown. And the other change, Ramesh Sims coming off, and Mario Nelson entering the field of play. Both are like-for-like changes. Morris for Brown is an attacking change up top. Nelson for Sims is a defensive one for Andrew Pert's side. Early goal from Kevon Holloway has the Reggae Boys ahead and potentially on course for 3 points here in Group D today. Jamaica running through here. There was a little touch and possibly a push in the back as that was being contested. That was the sub Morris running at Jerome Avila. Belize get the free kick. They take it quickly. Game was end-to-end at times in that first half. Both teams had some big opportunities. And off the takeaway here, there's another Jamaica chance that bounces in. Stephon Harris makes the stop. Hussey lays this off. It is Davion Clark who's come so close a few times in this game. Not able to beat Harris from there. Hewitt lost out there. It does fall kindly for Belize here, and then it's threaded through the middle, looking for Glenn, but Spence gets it clear. Now Jamaica could be in up the other end. Great early ball across, and it's 2-0. Now talk about an instant impact. Carlando Morris doubles Jamaica's lead. And just as they did at the beginning of the first half, Jamaica have an early goal here in the second half. Just 2.5 minutes in, and the Reggae Boys double their delight here in Aruba. They are up by 2-0. Well, mark that down as a feather in Andrew Pert and his coaching staff's cap. They bring on Carlando Morris, who instantly becomes a super sub less than 3 minutes into the start of the second half. And Jamaica, who rued a few missed chances in the first half, make no mistake that time. Also have to give credit, Samuel Taylor with a wonderful early ball across, perfectly weighted, and Morris does the rest. I'll switch a play over to this near side. And there is Taylor again, down the line for Morris. This time it's well shepherded by Avila, who clears away. But Jamaica pounce on it right away, and there are numbers still up there. Edge of the area, Clark lays it off. Another shot at pinballs around, and it's cleared away by Lord Jr. Now this could fall kindly for Glenn, who fights his way through. But Spence clears after Walters does enough defensively. And as it was controlled by Kenrick Brown on this near side, there might have been some contact away from the play, and Walters needs a moment. Oh, Belize are going to make a triple change here. Well, 3 in 1 go. We're awaiting all the outs here, but we know that it's going to be a couple of forwards and a midfielder coming on here. Tamai, Serrano, Rancharan, all out. Quaden Arthurs, Michael Whitaker, and 1 Young, all in for Belize in 1 foul swoop. Arthurs to slot into the midfield, Whitaker and Young to presumably go up top together, along with the likes of Jordan Glenn. As Belize, now knowing they need at least 2 to grab at least a point out of this, they have brought on some reinforcements, 3 at the exact same time. Those are the first changes that Dale Paleo has made today. There's one of them, Arthurs, just helping it move forward, and Belize could be able to possibly play their way through here. Wonderful ball out to the far side. This is Young, and Young loses his footing. And again, Jamaica strong defensively on that far side. Oh, lovely little take there in the middle of the park by Samuel Taylor. Hussey gets it back. Great feed across, and the shot is headed down. On the follow-up, the volley comes up short. And again, Taylor right at the heart of the Jamaican attack. It doesn't quite come off for him. Callies leading Belize up the other end, and he stood up. Kenrick Brown holding it down on this near side. And Hussey beaten to it by Clive Medwood Jr. Kenrick Brown. Now that lead through for Hewitt. He's cut out nicely. Oh, and it's wide open down this near side for Belize to attack here. Callies trying to join the attack here. Megan as well. Far side Arthurs. He's not going to get there off the ricochet. Nelson wins it back for Jamaica. That's one of the few times in the game that we have seen Jamaica completely exposed on this near side. Well, eventually Clark wins. Jamaica a free kick. Ooh. Again, Belize just were able to maraud down this near side. Oh, and there's a player down. Away from the play for the Reggae Boys here. Looks like that is Walters, who was down earlier in the match, getting stretched out here. Ooh, there was the late bump. Hewitt was actually bumped into, but of course is okay, at least for now. Walters back up onto his feet. Well, Jamaica are going to make a couple of changes as well here. Walters is going to come out. Malik Wellington will take his place. We'll also see the goal scorer depart, Kevon Holloway. He's going to make way here. Javier Henry will take his place. Now, Wellington is more known for his defensive prowess. Henry is certainly a player that can slot into a midfield, could also be part of an attacking unit as well. So Jamaica have now used 4 substitutions. Belize just the 3, although, again, that was all in one go earlier in this half. Holloway and Morris are the 2 Jamaica goal scorers. As it stands, there is still, of course, 25 minutes left to play. Hewitt. First time ball from Taylor is cut out. Henry on the follow-up is not able to win it back, but his exploits help Nelson to win the ball back. And the shot is fizzed on through there. It did take a deflection. Jamaica will have a corner. But not before Belize make another substitution. Daniel Callis is going to make way. And Zarian Pereira, he's going to take his place. There was the deflection that allowed the ball to go out of play. Near side corner for the Reggae Boys. Looks like it's going to be an in-swinger. Oh, and it does bounce all the way through to the edge of the area. Belize still have some work in order to clear this away. And the extra effort from Samuel Taylor sees Jamaica win a free kick. He held up the play very well. And Belize acquiesced. One too many pushes from behind. And Jamaica get a set-piece opportunity here. And it's whipped right at goal for Harris. That is a long ball over the top. Spence hesitated and eventually takes charge of the scene here. Ooh, Taylor tried to turn. Lord Jr. tries to turn now after stopping him. And it's played out wide by Henry. Nelson up ahead for Clark. Clark and Hussey follow up. But Belize bring it forward. It's Megan down the far side and Spence way off his line. But times it beautifully to stop the attack at the concession of a throw. Out wide by Hewitt. And forward by Nelson. Jamaica could be in here. Oh, the goalkeeper commits, and Harris gets a big touch onto that. That's brave, brave defending from Belize. And it goes out for a corner. That easily could have been a third. Stefan Harris, who's been wonderful in this game, stops them in their tracks for now. Corner taken short here for Hussey, who whips in the ball, and it's going to go over everybody's head and out of play. It's actually going to be a throw-in to Belize on this near side. Taylor, wonderful ball through. Good save by Harris to deny Morris. I was going to say, I wondered if Morris was in an offside position there. Ooh, that was tight on the offside call there. Morris, though, and certainly Harris, the goalkeeper, weren't to know. Makes the stop anyway. And again, Jamaica moving forward with Clark, who this time loses out. Whitaker. Arthurs. On the near side, he's stood up by Wellington. Oh, lovely little dummy there by Henry. Gets himself into space to keep Jamaica in possession. A little audacious flick there from Morris. And then on the byline, Jamaica could get this through. Oh, and it's just flashed wide.
Come on with the guy, just watch him and pass, not there, go with the man.
Again, tough to tell if that was more of a shot or a cross. And it's not the first time that Hussey has been able to get to the byline in this game. He looked to shoot there, it looked like, based on the replay. Not able to hit the target after some wonderful individual effort down that far side. Well, that's going to be it for Taylor. He is replaced by Tevin Savage. Deshaun Smith also enters for Jamaica, and that is it. The end of their outfield players available for the Reggae Boys. Morris again, lovely build-up here. Another shot and another close call goes wide from Hussey. And it'll go out for a goal kick, and I think that will lead us to our second half cooling break here in Aruba. About 18 minutes plus stoppage time still to go. Jamaica, by the way, could have had a couple more goals just in the last few attacks. Hussey and company coming oh so close to putting the 3 points in the bag, but have not been able to finish off these chances. Belize are hanging around here at just 2 goals down, but they, of course, have their own bunch of missed chances that they could look back on and think what could have happened if it was a little bit different on the finish. It's been a very, very strong attacking game, really, from both teams. There's been a ton of chances created in this game. This is Jamaica's second goal. Great early cross from Taylor, and then it nestles in off the post from Carlondo Morris, who had just came on as a second half substitute. Both of Jamaica's goals have been very early on in each respective half. They scored inside of the first 20 or 30 seconds at the start of the game, and they scored inside of 2.5 minutes at the start of the second half. And that's where we stand at the moment.
Hey, where you do? Where you do the man in press? Where you do? Where you do? All right, come on then.
Harris from the restart. The player went down there. I was waiting to see if the referee was going to blow the whistle. He did not. It does allow Belize to bring some numbers forward here, but again, Jamaica defensively are on top of it. Well, here comes Savage.
No.
It was played down the line on this near side. Ball trickles out of play.
Hey, Anthems, Anthems!
Glenn. Trying to find some space here. He gets to the byline. Still Glenn here. Doing everything he can to try to keep this move alive. And eventually, Jamaica win the ball back. But it is kept alive for Lord Jr. Ball threaded into the 18-yard box. Oh, and the offside flag goes up against Young. Kenrick Brown up ahead. Smith loses out, but Belize just hit it back into the Jamaican end. And the defensive side of the game for the Reggae Boys takes over. They get the possession right back and look to move it out of their own half on this far side. Little give and go between Henry and Nelson. Nelson tries to play it square, but to no avail. Oh, and then that cross forward as well, off mark. Throw in for Jamaica. Well, again, so many moments where this game has gone back and forth. Well, the bottom line is Belize have just not been as clinical in front of goal as Jamaica have been in this game. And frankly, Jamaica could have had a few more. And they still might. But as it's moved forward by Smith, the referee does bring this to a halt. And it is going to be a foul and a free kick for Belize in the end. Who are starting to run a little bit low on time here if they are going to make a comeback. Glenn giving chase. His pressure does see the ball bounce out of play. Oh, and from the throw, goes past Glenn and gets cleared away. Ooh, on the turn. Glenn shot blocked. Headed back to the edge of the 18-yard box. Jamaica eventually clear it. Nice turn into space. Initially by Morris. Could open up here for Savage on this near side. He feeds it across. And the first time shot from Hussey is saved by Harris. That might be his best of the game. Stephon Harris. Looked like this was destined to be a third Jamaican goal. Harris makes a marvelous stop for Belize here. I think that's his best of the game. He's had to make a few, Stephon Harris. That was wonderful. Down to his right, make sure that Belize at least stay in with a puncher's chance for these last 10 minutes in stoppages. There's Savage up ahead. Another chance for Jamaica here, and Morris is beaten to it by Elroy Willis. Another great example of some brilliant defending. Again, had to get it right as well. Timed it to perfection.
Okay, clear. Drop the only one man, drop back the only one man. Yeah, right in there, right in there. There's only one, yes.
Nelson to deliver. Ooh, and Nelson miscues it. Well, you could see where he was aiming. He was trying to get someone to flick it on, near side edge of the 6. And maybe either force another Harris stop for a rebound or to pick out a teammate, neither of which, of course, came to pass. Was there a little shirt pull there as Glenn tried to work his way through? Referee allows play to continue on. Jamaica again down both flanks, really, from a defensive standpoint, have been on target as far as the defensive expectations so far. It's been right where they want it to be. I think there's only been one real breakdown in this game, and Belize did not take full advantage of it, of course. Referee has stopped the play here for an injured Belize player. And it is Jordan Glenn, who has really tried everything he can to create opportunities and get Belize a chance to mount a comeback in this game. Just hasn't come off for him. The only tough part, if Glenn cannot continue here, is that Dale Palayo, the Belize head coach, has only got 2 outfield players left on his bench, and they're both defenders. Alessandro Na and Rajiv Shepard are the only 2 left, and both of them are normally players you'll see in defense. This was the sliding challenge from Glenn, and when he hopped back up, he felt something and went right back down to the ground.
Focus, focus, son.
Well, here comes Jamaica again down this near side.
Right in there, right in
This
there.
is Henry.
Stop.
Ooh, and on the turn, Smith took too firm of a touch. Henry's hustle helps to win this back. Looks like Belize either have someone ready to come back in or a sub possibly here. Looks like it is going to be a sub. Well, we mentioned him, Alessandro Na is one of the last 2 outfield players left. Glenn, unfortunately, is going to have to come off. And Na is on for the remainder here for Belize. So Glenn is a big piece to lose at this juncture of the game. Oh, and that was a little juggling act there from Savage. Tried to touch it onto his left, and in the end the shot is sent well off target. But it was a good thought.
Hey.
And that is going to be a whistle and a free kick here. One that Belize take quickly, maybe too quickly in the end. No one really prepared to get on the end of that. This is Leon Lord Jr. Oh, he's dispossessed here by Savage. Smith switches it out to the far side. Gold shirt starting to queue up here for the Reggae Boys. This is Hussey. We know how good he is 1v1, but he thinks better of it. Plays it back, and then there's going to be an early cross here. Oh, past 2 attempts to redirect it, and it bounces agonizingly wide for Tevin Savage on the back end here. Looked like it was Morris lunging at it initially. He could have had a tap in, Morris, but then Tevin Savage had a chance at the back stick as well. He also could not make definitive contact on it. Now that is a foul against Savage, free kick. About 4.5 minutes now. Stoppages on top of that left. If it's going to happen for Belize, it has to happen very, very quickly here. Oh, that's a miscued clearance. It's a Belize throw-in on this near side. Oh, one that they throw into the 18-yard box, but there was nobody there to attack it. They'll try a second time. On the touch, that's Whitaker. Going up against his opposite number, Wellington. And Belize will get a third try at a throw here. Lord Jr.'s ball in, cleared. Well, at least moved forward, maybe not cleared yet. Still a chance for Belize to create something out of it, but now it is cleared. Back to Avila. Medwood Jr., who at times in this game has actually been fantastic, puts the cross in. But it bounces past just about everybody. Was there a touch on it? One Young was saying that there was. It was over his head. And the referee says yes, it did come off a Jamaican defender. It is a corner for Belize. From the corner, Spence's punch. Oh, and then it's headed off the line. Spence gets a touch on it again, and then it's cleared off the line a second time. Now Kelvin Brown gets the plaudits here. This was all over the place. Some penalty area chaos. The header, Spence maybe gets a hand out of that. Oh, and it actually was headed off the bar by Kelvin Brown on that first attempt. And then here on the corner, another block. Jamaica simply will not let Belize through here. Medwood Jr. follows up. He crosses it over everyone's head. Oh, Kelvin Brown with two critical clearances off the line. And then Jamaica follow up on the corner and get another big block on the edge of the 6. Spence played his part. He got at least one touch on a blocked attempt, the goalkeeper, to deny Belize as well. Multiple heroes defensively for Jamaica. And now the Reggae boys will look to bring this up the other end. They've got some numbers here. And the give and go attempt back into the middle for Savage breaks down. And Harris clears. But he cannot find a teammate. It rolls out of play as we enter the final minute of normal time. We've seen many of these back and forth sequences in the game. Fittingly, we've had another one towards the end as Jamaica are in behind again. Another early cross into the middle, and the shot doesn't come off. More solid Belize defending down the stretch. Doing enough to impede the shot. That ball clipped out wide. Belize will be dispossessed here on the attempt by Savage. Hussey switches over to this near side to hold up the play. And he was fouled. That's going to be a free kick. And we await the fourth official's board to see how much stoppage time we have remaining. Looks like it's poking through the, the bottom of the screen. Looks like it's 3 added minutes still to play. Oh, certainly the neutrals will be pleased with the back and forth moments we've had in this one. But again, it's been Jamaica just a bit more clinical in the final third. And then, of course, some brave defending from the Reggae Boys just a few moments ago. Not once, not twice, but 3 times in their own 18-yard box, keeping Belize out. Well, particularly in tournaments like this, those are the moments that get remembered, those big defensive interventions. Well, as always, we will have highlights to wrap up the game after full time, and then we'll have a brief intermission, of course, before our final game of the day in this group. And, of course, in this section of the league as well, of Curaçao and Aruba. As that is a poor challenge there. Belize free kick. Gonna be interesting to see the hosts Aruba against some stiff competition. Curaçao will certainly be ready to go, but that is still to come. That's another Group D encounter here in League B. That'll finish up our day's coverage here after this one is over. Hussey does well, keeps it in play. Hewitt. First time ball forward by Henry is cut out. 30 seconds of the stoppage time left. Oh, and a touch here. Whitaker got past the last defender, Kelvin Brown, but Markadine Spence is there. Smith up the other end. Is there time for maybe one more Jamaica attack here? This is Savage. Just trying to bump and bruise his way past some challenges here. Henry lays it off. And the shot is blocked. Nah plays it forward. And that is full time here in Aruba. Jamaica win the game by 2-0 over Belize. Both of the goals scored early on in the first half and then early on in the second half, respectively. Holloway in the opening minute of the game. Morris in the opening 3 minutes at the start of the second half. But my goodness, there could have been so many more goals. Chances galore, particularly for Jamaica, but Belize had their fair share of opportunities as well. Make no mistake about that. This could have been a very, very different scoreline if it weren't for some great saves, some great defensive interventions from both teams, frankly, in the game as well. And then just some flat-out missed chances for both, particularly for Jamaica along the way as well. But for now, Jamaica get the 2 goals. They get the 3 points. That's the biggest thing here to start Group D play here in Aruba. Belize, of course, will get a chance to bounce back as this week progresses. But they'll have to go back to the drawing board. I will say, in a losing effort for Belize, I'm sure Dale Palaio, the coach, and the rest of his staff, they've got to take a lot of positives from this one. You played a tough team. The Reggae Boys always have high expectations. They always have a pretty strong team with them. And Belize at times in this game really went toe-to-toe. And if they had been, I should say, a little bit more clinical in the final third, this could have been a very, very different outcome in this game today. No questions about that. But give the Reggae Boys credit. They were able to get the big moments defensively. They were clinical enough in front of goal. Goals from Holloway and Morris leading the way. And they will be able to build on this, you would think. Jamaica moving in to the rest of Group D play, where they will be expected to build on it and potentially advance. Now, before our brief break, we do have full-time highlights for you between Jamaica and Belize. And coming into the game, we were expecting big things. Both teams tout some pretty strong attacking play and attacking power. And it was on full display from minute one. Kevon Holloway following up not once, but twice to score Jamaica's opening goal inside of 30 seconds to give the Reggae Boys a deserved lead. And they would certainly build on that. The Jamaicans, they'd add on plenty more chances, really in the first half and in the second half as well. Yellow card there for Serrano, who would eventually be taken off in the second half of this game. But again, Jamaica just were not deterred. They kept going. Clark in the middle here. Brown off the bar. Could have easily been a quick second for Jamaica. How good was Kyle Hussey in this game, creating chance after chance down that left-hand channel, not just in the first half, but in the second half as well. And, well, Calvin Brown could have had a couple of goals just by himself in this game. So could Samuel Taylor. He had a couple of big opportunities in the match as well. Belize also had opportunities to work with on that shot. Serrano beaten away by Calvin Brown. This would have been a wonderful goal. Clark on the 1-2 gets it back, could not finish. Then in the second half, more Jamaican pressure. Clark's shot from the outskirts of the area bounces in. And Stefan Harris made a lot of good saves in this game, but he was beaten here by Morris. The second half substitute makes an immediate impact and gave Jamaica a 2-0 lead, one, of course, they would not relinquish. Then another chance here. Taylor having his shot blocked, losing his footing on the follow-up. Could not get a second shot away. Smith up ahead. More good build-up play from Jamaica, but again, not quite able to get the finish to go. Then Savage. Great early ball played here. And then Stefan Harris. Brilliant save to deny Hussey. And Jamaica had a couple of chances late on. Here, another opportunity for Savage to put the game to bed. Him and Morris could not get the definitive touch. And then here's the crazy end sequence. Brown heading it off the bars. And then following it up with another clearance after Spence got a paw to it as well. And Jamaica not only get the 2 goals, they keep a clean sheet, and they get 3 points on the board. So Jamaica win it by 2-0 over Belize. Really well played second game of our triple header. We'll step aside for now. We'll have Curaçao and Aruba coming up in League B Group D after a quick break. Our second game of the day finishes Jamaica 2, Belize 0. We'll see you in just a few. Welcome back, everybody. Sean St. Jacques here with you as our coverage continues of the Concacaf Boys Under-15 Championship. We're in League B, Group D. Our final game of the day, it is Curaçao against the hosts of this end of the tournament, Aruba. 89 degrees, still pretty brisk winds pumping through here in Orange Stade Aruba. Here today, we're at the Stadion CD Guillermo Trinidad, where these games have been played today, and this is the final game of our triple header. Again, we're in Group D after Jamaica just took care of Belize by 2-0 in our second game. Had a pretty good first game as well. Puerto Rico 3-0 winners over the Cayman Islands. Final game of the day has plenty of intrigue surrounding it. Certainly Curaçao come in as a team that many are looking to see what they can bring to the table. Could they be a team that maybe surprises a few, turning some heads and possibly, maybe possibly, making a deep run at this tournament? Aruba, as one of the group hosts, how will they fare? They, of course, are going to be supported here by their fans on home soil. Can they back that up with some strong play on the field as well? We're excited to see how all of that is going to play out. And again, we've had a couple of good games already here in Aruba today. So these two have quite a bit to do if they are to top the performances that we have seen so far. And again, in Group D in particular, where these two teams sit, Jamaica are currently at the top. They have 3 points, and they have a +2 goal differential. So worth keeping in mind, because if any of these two teams can win and usurp that, they would finish the day at the top of the group, and that is potentially a big deal, of course, as we go through the rest of this group phase. Again, this tournament taking place through to August 10th, so a lot of games to get to in a short period of time. We've had a really spicy triple header here already. 2 games gone and 2 really fun games to take in. That's what we're always looking forward to when this tournament comes around. Lots of good up-and-coming talent. And certainly Curaçao and Aruba have good examples of that on both sides. Of course, we'll get to the lineups in just a moment, so we can go into that in a little bit more depth. But of course, we do have to await the procession, followed by of course, the national anthems of these two teams. And again, the Aruban one will be even more special, being played here on home soil. And again, that always, even at these youth levels, provides a little bit of extra pressure for a host country at a major tournament. Even for these youngsters, what can we see from them as far as trying to keep their calm, stay poised, and be ready for the moment? That's all part of what is in many ways a learning process, but one that does have results hinged to it, as we've always come to expect. Curaçao are in blue from head to toe. Aruba, welcomed by their home supporters in yellow from head to toe, make the walk out here at the Stadion CD Guillermo Trinidad in Orange Stade, Aruba. We will step aside for the playing of the national anthems. The starting lineups and the kickoff are coming up in just a moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you are able for the national anthem of Curaçao.
fantastic rendition of both countries' national anthems here. Plenty of support for both teams, frankly, but in particular Aruba here in Orange Stade. Jean St. Jacques, our entire crew, happy to have you with us. It's our final game of the day in League B, Group D, the Concacaf Boys Under 15 Championship. Curaçao and Aruba. Here's the Curaçao starting 11s, and Libito is the coach. And you immediately look at that back line led by Jarim Pieternella. How can Curaçao defensively stack things up? And then up top, Tuque, Florinus, and Cardoze. Can they all provide that finishing touch needed to potentially get Curaçao over the top today? And potentially, who knows, possibly at the top of the group. Again, they're in blue, Curaçao, from head to toe. Pieternella, the captain, meets with Born de Nobrega, who is the captain for Aruba. And McManaman Bedeau of Grenada is our head official. It's a Grenada and Trinidad and Tobago represented officiating crew on the field. And a friendly reminder that there is no VAR. Well, Born de Nobrega captains the side for Aruba under the tutelage of Dreyer Brancho. And here is the starting lineup for the hosts here. And again, you immediately look up top. Jonathan Quintero, Quincy Nelis. Can they find the back of the net? Can they be clinical in the final third? And in the midfield, Lucas Bayer, Alan Velasquez. They're also going to be very, very important. Alongside Bayer and Vasquez, you have Liam Callister as well. And Kendrick Rivas gets the start. Or Dreyer Bracho's group. Well, we said this a little bit earlier. There's just a little bit of added pressure on the team that is playing on home soil at any major tournament. You've got the fans behind you. You want to make them proud. And even at this level, Aruba and their adoring public are hoping for a really strong showing today. There is some Curaçao support as well amongst the ranks here. And it promises to be a fabulous finale to our coverage of this tournament here today. Aruba are going to kick us off, fittingly enough, here on home soil. They will be going from right to left. Just waiting the sound of our referee's whistle. And right on cue, we're underway here in Group D in League B. Aruba with their support at their back open up their campaign here in the Concacaf Under 15 Boys Championship. Curaçao, big-time opponents stand in their way. Both teams, of course, come into this game knowing that if they win and win by 3 goals, they would be at the top of the group at the end of match day 1. All of that adds up to a pretty enticing prospect in our final game of our triple header today. Again, Jean St. Jacques, our entire crew. As always, it's a pleasure to be with you. Hope you've enjoyed the games at the tournament so far. And we cannot wait to see how this one plays out. Make no mistake about that. Early foray forward for Aruba on this far side. There's plenty of blue shirts in their way, but it does go out for a corner after Jonathan Quintero made his way past a couple of challenges there on that far side. Again, there's our under 15 games, so they are 35-minute halves, 70-minute games, as we've had throughout the tournament. An in-swinger from the corner for Aruba. Oh, and the header floats over the top and out of play. It's a goal kick. Now, Jean-Jacques Rico, he's the goalkeeper for Curaçao, and he plays out of the back. Bit dangerous on that feed there. Aruba's press was waiting, and they nearly won it back on that far side. It does go out of play, and it will be a throw-in the end. Good tussle forward on this far side. Oh, and Curaçao do break out here on this far side. Moving it forward, and Toke loses out. Quickly, Curaçao win the ball back. There's a collision there, and it's a foul and a free kick. It could be a chance for Curaçao to move this into the 18-yard box. And it'll be taken by the captain, here Ternella, and it's caught by Kendrick Rivas, who gets the start for Aruba in goal. Now it's well shepherded on this near side. Oh, he's Clivon Solis, although Aruba do well to win it back with their counter press here, and only for a moment, as Curaçao do clear it. And Rivas walks it back into his own 18. A good step there. That's Lucas Baer. We talked about him earlier. Switch of the point of attack onto this near side. And Aruba will get a push and a chase to the byline here. Who's it last off of? It's like the sliding challenge did come in from the aforementioned Solis, and it is going to be an Aruba corner. Alan Vasquez to take. At the near post, it's just about touched away. Vasquez follows up, but ends up losing out. Aruba do well to win the ball back on this near side. And Nelis tried to cross that into the middle. He was thwarted initially. Another chance to get across into the middle here, and at the back stick, it's volleyed. Oh! Just off target. What a strike that would have been. Quintero is able to swat this out of the sky. Gomez's ball in. First time volley, and it was not far away. Loops over and out. You could just hear the anticipation in the crowd when Quintero sized that up. Oof. That pass forward is going to be cut out. And Aruba will settle for a throw-in midway through their own half on this near side. Well, the ball went out of play, but I think the referee maybe saw a push. Certainly an infraction. Curaçao can move some numbers forward here now. Actually, the referee said it was last off of Aruba. So it's a throw-in the end. And then it quickly goes right back the other way. Ooh, that was a miscued touch by Rivas. Oh, very lucky that that did not go in a different direction. That was always rolling wide, but Rivas, I think, took his eye off it as he tried to control that ball. Another chance for Aruba to move this forward, but they're swarmed here. And a foul was committed. That's a free kick for the hosts here. Another look. Now Lee's just prancing his way through, then holding onto the possession, and then he was nudged to the ground by Solis. Another chance for Aruba from a set piece. Well, decent shape on that, but too close to the goalkeeper, Rico. Oh, lovely first time ball down this near side. Is the flag going to stay down? It does. Ooh, but the ball leaks over the sideline before Floranes could get a key touch onto it. Oh, I think he maybe slightly misjudged that. He thought it was going to stay in all the way, and it just, ooh, ever so slightly leaks out of play, and that stops a promising Curaçao attack. Again, the ball leaks over the sideline here, this time in Curaçao's favor.
Agarra uno, Nain, agarra uno. Nain, quédate con él. Jacob, es su Concacaf. Lucas, a little bit more back, a little bit more back. Hey, back. Hey, more. Sai arriba.
Solis to take. Ooh, and on the byline here, Curaçao's cross is blocked. Clearance to the edge of the area, chance for the shot, it deflects. On the follow-up by Schaub, and in the end, it's Rivas who collects for Aruba. Another dangerous moment, but one that sees Curaçao not quite able to get a shot away. It does feel like early on here when both teams try to play through their own half, they are met with quite a bit of pressure. It's been relatively even in these first 10 minutes plus change. Aruba's turn to put some pressure on Curaçao's back line. Oh, crossed into the middle, nobody there. In a bright yellow shirt, it is cleared away. And Curaçao have a chance to break up the other end if they can keep it in play, but they cannot. Nerlendi Tsoke was the closest to it. He's a bit unlucky. Not able to get there before it bounced unkindly out of play. Oh, lovely touch there. Get around the defender. But Curaçao sweep it up and look to move up the other end quickly here. First time ball in behind. Oh, Rivas came off his line and slides in to get it away. Thiago Schaub wins it back. Another attempt to feed it. It's okay on this near side and doesn't get there. Floranis follows up. Vasquez clears it. A push and a chase. Quintero beaten to it by Marlon Brunken. Oh, gorgeous switch of play. Onto this near side, Floranis. Oh, and Floranis touches it past the defender here. Tries to use his pace to get to the byline. Oh, and he finishes beautifully. What about that for a goal? Gilardino Floranis with a fabulous goal from start to finish. And Curaçao have the lead over the hosts. Well, he nearly lost his footing there. Floranis on this near side, he uses it to his advantage, and he finishes with so much poise on the back end here. After a wonderful switch of play, started it all off. That was spectacular from Curaçao, and they have a 1-0 lead. Now, we've seen some wonderful play today, but I think that was the best of the bunch. Now, both teams have really gone after each other at the start of this game, but a moment of pure quality has given Curaçao the lead here. Floranis with a fantastic goal. Oh, what do Aruba have up their sleeves for a response? The ball is threaded through again. Curaçao there defensively, but the hosts have a throw. Aruba here going to be forced to go all the way back. Rivas gets Aruba back on the front foot here. On the follow-up. Now that's a bit out of control. De Nobrega. To Jihad. Schaub on his 6, who plays it to the far side, and Aruba do win the ball back. Nelis is fouled, free kick. Now another look. Good hustle. Quincy Nelis gets back there, wins it, and gets fouled in the process. Patient build-up play from Aruba here as they look to bounce back. Trailing by a goal to 0 here. Now that reverse ball over the top is too far over the top. And in the end, the attack ends there. It's a goal kick. Well, that man just scored a goal that I think many will be talking about for a little while here. The youngster Floranis with a wonderful run. And a really poised finish. That's given away here. Aruba win the ball back, but they play it square and see it get cut out. Floranis follows up for Curaçao, but against the host Aruba in possession. Well, that ball does find its way out of play. Looked like it was an Aruba throw. And that'll give us a chance to have a cooling break here in the 18th minute. Again, 35-minute halves, 70-minute games, but it's number 7 who has stolen the headlines here in this Group D opener for both teams. Gilardino Floranis. That excellent touch to get past Restrepo, using a burst of pace to get into the area. And what about that for a finish? Just fabulous from start to finish. And Curaçao celebrated opening goal, and what a goal it was. It all started with a wonderful switch of play to Floranis on the near side, and it ends with team celebrations just off the pitch on that near side. And now both teams get a chance to regroup. It must be said that Aruba haven't done a ton wrong in these opening 18 minutes and change. They've created opportunities. They've had positive moments. They were just beaten by a moment of top class. But the truth of the matter is they're 1-0 down. How will the host bounce back is the question here. Now this wonderful crowd here in Aruba certainly is pro-Aruba, but there was definitely some cheers for Curaçao when they scored that excellent goal. And the host nation have the throw-in out of the break. Curaçao clear it upfield. Oh, and this could bounce in behind. Nearly did. Did that come off an arm? No, says the referee, and it trickles out for a Curaçao throw. It's okay with the pressure there. Helping the Curaçao cause. Well, Aruba will play this out of the back. Callister clips it forward. It's flared out to the far side here, looking for Quintero. Curaçao clear it towards the halfway line, and eventually the whistle goes. It goes back to Aruba on the far side of the pitch, I should say. Now down the line. Cross into the middle. Oh, it's just out of reach. And it rolls agonizingly out of play for a throw. And wow, there were two Aruba attackers that were in the vicinity there. It flashes past both. Ooh, on the turn there, Curaçao commit a foul. Again, see the wind. It is a little bit of a factor. It's been a factor all day. One thing that hasn't been as much of a factor. Oh, this is going to fall for a chance here. Oh, and in the end, Curaçao do get it clear, but it's won back by Aruba here. Oh, and the shot. First time strike. Bounces in, and Rivas, Rico makes the save. This is won back so cleanly. Dino Brega, the captain, takes on the shot. Jean-Jacques Rigaud up for the task to make the save. And now up the other end, Floranis goes back to work. Gets past a challenge here. Oh! And bends the shot just over the top as he tries to one-up the goal he just scored earlier. Well, if he had scored that, oh. This would have been sensational. Cutting inside, had the bend on it. Not enough dip in the end. Here come Curaçao again here to Jihat. Gets it back on the turn here. Oh, it nearly fell for a chance. Toke. And now Floranis follows up, and it deflects out for an Aruba throw. A long ball clipped over the top. Oh, it does bounce in behind. Allows Aruba to get possession here. Nelis on the spin. And it'll stay with Aruba on the near side, just about.
Guys, prato met elkaar. Daar is er in, prato.
Oh, wonderful skill there to get past a couple of challenges. The cross, oh, does it come off an arm there? Aruba asking the questions of our referee, and eventually a foul goes against Aruba on the far side. Free kick, Curaçao. Well, multiple players for the hosts asking the referee if that did come off an arm earlier in the sequence. No VAR, we get to look at it. Oh, it did actually come off an arm. You could argue that Marlon Brunken, of course, didn't mean to do that, but, of course, the Aruba counter-argument would be that it helped him to clear the ball away. Of course, it was not in the penalty area. In the end, it is not given, and here comes Floranis up the other end. Oh, he goes down in the 18-yard box. The referee also does not give a penalty for that either. Well, we may have to revisit that moment. Remember, there's no VAR, so that decision is final. One or two chirps from a Curaçao point of view for a possible penalty. Oh, were Aruba let off the hook there. Floranis continues to flourish. But was he fouled in that moment? We'll wait to see if we get another look. Meanwhile, Aruba come back up the other end, and they'll settle for a throw-in on the far side.
Gila.
From the throw, Aruba try to follow up here, and eventually the referee does spot an infraction. It's going to be an Aruba free kick that can bring some more numbers forward towards the 18-yard box. Jayron Gomez with the delivery. Oh, and it wasn't far away from a couple of his teammates. Really good ball in. But it's too tall for anyone to get in there in time to get a definitive touch onto it, and it goes down as a missed opportunity. Playing up ahead there, Floranis was the target. Pretty good idea to try to find him right now, the form that he's in. Aruba do win the ball back, and they surge ahead. Referee allows the play to continue on. Another challenge from Brunken. That is deemed to be strong enough and clean enough. Curaçao looked to come up the other end, but Aruba blocked the ball forward. And eventually the hosts win a free kick to help alleviate the pressure here. Oh, that was actually a very mistimed tackle. Cayman. And Floranis' goal has Curaçao ahead. Some pressure from Gomez. Really well handled, Solis, and he is fouled from behind. Free kick. This ball is allowed to bounce in behind here. Clearance is not definitive. Oh, and Floranis, who tried to follow up, has actually committed a foul here while the ball was in the air. You heard Aruba's coach and their staff telling his team, go, go, get it upfield. They do, and they have to settle for a free kick right inside the center circle. This is looped into the penalty area. And Curaçao, not once but twice, follow up first, and they do get the ball away. Going on and push it to Chase as he runs down this far left-hand channel. He's going to get to the byline as well. Oh, and his cross is cut out by Kendrick Rivas at the right time. See there, Floranis' goal, the difference. 5 minutes, plus stoppages left to go in the half. Now then, Floranis is played in behind again. He's in behind, and he gets the shot away. But his shot is wide, and it's going to be a goal kick. And Floranis maybe took a shot here afterwards. Was there contact as he released it? Restrepo put in the challenge. Floranis is going to be looked at off the field here. Curaçao had a couple of shouts for a penalty. That one might be another borderline one because Restrepo presumably did make contact, but I guess it must have been after the shot was released, although we've seen that given at times. Just because it's on the follow-through with the shot that's released does not mean that it's not a penalty, at least in some referees' eyes in that moment. The bigger concern is that Floranis is being looked at off the field at the moment. there's still time for Aruba to try to grab a late first half equalizer as Floranis is back on. He's clipped up ahead. Floranis once more. And it's a foul and a free kick. Tujiat, nice run down this far side. He wants it back. He will not get it. Aruba win the ball. Look to go up the other end. But that pass comes up short. Oh, and it is corralled by Gomez. And Gomez still trying to move forward here. Referee says it's a fair challenge, no foul. Floranis' pass. Sees Curaçao lofted over the top, and Rivas well off his line. Clears it out of play for a throw. That'll be a whistle and a foul. Goes the other way. No player for Aruba down, but Koymon brings it up the other end for Curaçao. He is stopped. And then as they follow up, a foul is given. That's a free kick for Aruba eventually. There's a player still down for Curaçao at the end of the sequence. There's actually multiple players down. 2 for Aruba and 1 for Curaçao as we approach first half stoppage time. Was the coming together. It was Saint Paul who was brought down and stayed down for Curaçao here, and then a couple of Aruba players went down away from the action. Now, while everyone's being attended to, we do begin our 3 added minutes at the end of the half here. It's certainly been an interesting half to reflect on. There's no questions about that. Aruba got off to such a good start. And frankly, Curaçao got off to a positive start as well. Both teams had early chances in the opening 10 minutes. And then Curaçao with a wonderful team goal that was finished off by Gilardino Floranis. And that's where we stand at the moment. The boys in blue have the lead. Aruba have had a couple of half chances since then. By the way, so have Curaçao. They've had a couple of penalty shouts as well. But we stay at just the 1-0 Back to live action here. Still about 2 minutes, maybe more to go of stoppage time. That's an errant feed backwards. And Curaçao will get the possession here. Well, Aruba did them a bit of a favor there. They had some numbers forward, and that back pass really was misplaced in the end. Ends up being the wrong decision. That bounced ball forward, he's going to come up short. And Curaçao have some numbers up the other end here. But the feed by Brunken, looking for Toke. He's not going to get to him. Rivas resets for Aruba. Good switch onto this near side, Gomez. How much more time will there be left in the half as Gomez continues to go forward here, and he's brought down. Solis fouls him. It's a free kick for Aruba. It's essentially a short corner here in the final seconds of the half. This is a great opportunity for the hosts in search of a needed equalizer. Can the hosts get back on level terms? Well, more than likely, this is the last act of the half. Jayron Gomez. It's a free header at the back stick, and it is well wide in the end. That's the best chance Aruba have had for a bit of time here. In this first half, they cannot make the most of it. Jean-Jacques Rigaud, the goalkeeper, will boot this ahead. And that is the end of the half here in Aruba. A really good half. Really, both teams had a lot of positive moments throughout. Aruba with a late chance there to equalize, but they were not quite able to do so. That's your man of the moment, Giardino Floranis, with a wonderful goal in the 13th minute. That separates the sides as we go into the halftime interval. Highlights coming up in a moment, and then of course the second half won't be too long after that. Halftime in Aruba, it's Curaçao 1. It's Aruba 0. Welcome back, everybody. About to get the second half started. Sean St. Jacques, our entire crew. Happy to have you with us. 1-0, Curaçao leading the hosts, Aruba. And as Curaçao gets the second half started, they're going from right to left in blue. Aruba are in their bright yellows. Aruba have made a couple of changes. Naim Restrepo and Alan Vasquez have both departed from the match. Drexton Silva and Jalen Abath have both come in. Curaçao's goal, Gialdino Floranes has them ahead. And if they could score a couple more, by the way, Curaçao, if they were to win by 3-0 in this game, would actually finish as the Group D leaders after one match day in the group, and that is not something to sneeze at. But of course, Aruba have time in the second 35 to turn things around. And they could get a chance here at the start of the second half. Decent touch inside the 18-yard box, but there was enough room for error there for Curaçao to clear it away in time. Boy, the window of opportunity to clear that away was pretty small, but Curaçao did just that. Now from the free kick, and it's headed clear. Well, Curaçao wanted a foul there, not given, and now they get one. Floranes helping out. That's going to be a foul and a free kick for the team that is up by 1-0. A lovely little move on the turn here. It slipped all the way through, but Rivas gets there just ahead of Chris De Giat. Clipped over the top and actually past everybody. That's going to roll out for a goal kick. We said this a bit earlier, but Aruba got off to such a good start in this game. Curaçao were positive early on, but they didn't really start to have the upper hand until Floranes scored that wonderful goal. Then after that, Aruba started to struggle creating opportunities. They had a few, to be fair, but wasn't as fluid as it was to start the game. And Curaçao have looked the more likely to score since then, but not by much, and not been able to extend their lead. That's why it stays so thin as far as the margins are concerned going into this second half in our final game of the day. Good build-up play here from Aruba. Can they come up with here? Is that, ooh, it slides through, but a touch was certainly needed on there. Cayman. Ooh, a lovely little push and a chase here. Good feed out to the far side. Floranes went for another spectacular goal, but misses the target. And the man who started it all, Cayman, is still down here after a late collision. be helped off here. Cayman, who did so well to set that up, will be further attended to on the sideline. It's one back by Curaçao on the far side. Another chance to get the shot away. Oh, Rivas sticks an arm out and makes a big save. It's out for a corner to Curaçao after a really good stop. This had plenty of pop behind it. Off the boot of Pieternella. Good save by Kendrick Rivas, and it needed to be. Loranis to take the corner. Can he provide the assist this time? He's already scored once. From the corner, however, there's too much air underneath it. And it's an Aruba throw on this near side as Cayman is still being attended to here for Curaçao. Out down the line. Ooh, and there was an infraction there, it looks like. Alabath was the player I think they were trying to get involved there. Curaçao are penalized here, so it is going to be an Aruba free kick in a place where they can provide some pretty good service. Drexton Silva stands over the free kick. His ball in is pretty well placed. Oh, and a chance for the volley. But the shot is blocked. The follow-up attempt is slashed wide by Jairon Gomez. Cayman tried to force some pressure there. Aruba looking for a foul in the middle of all that. Oh, and it rolls all the way back to the goalkeeper. Curaçao played with fire there. Jean-Jacques Rico didn't exactly take charge there until the very end. Curaçao get out of trouble. From the free kick. This bounces into the 18-yard box. Curaçao had it covered, but they do give up a throw-in on the near side. The clearance away from Cardoze. Now slowly but surely, Aruba are moving this back down the field. Desperately looking for the leveler. Oh, and that's going to fizzle out right there. I was going to say, that was the one place you probably didn't want to put it because the offside flag could have gone right up, and that's exactly what happens. Aruba, in the end, the bringers of their own demise on that occasion. The attack fizzled out at the worst possible time. That's a shirt pull as well. Foul and a free kick. At least that was the initial indication. I think Aruba ended up getting that decision there. Was there maybe a push before we saw that shirt pull? If not, that was a clear foul against Aruba. A lovely slaloming run here to the edge of the area. The man who just came back on a few moments ago, Cayman, cleans it up. And then Aruba try to fire it back down the line. There's nobody there. And it's a Curaçao throw. Feed into the middle is blocked away. Quintero. Now Gomez. And Gomez rides the challenge. Gomez into the middle. Oh, how far away was that? The answer is not far at all. I think there's the faintest of touches from Rico here. And again, Aruba are thwarted. Gomez does so well. It's a searching ball, and yes, the goalkeeper does get it out of harm's way. That was oh so close. But again, the hosts do not take the chance. There's a corner upcoming. There's a player down for Curaçao inside their own 18-yard box. Solis, he's back up onto his feet now. Well, Floranes is also struggling here. Curaçao. Corner is taken quickly, and maybe too quickly. Aruba's attempt there was stifled. Can they pick up the pieces? They're going to be forced to do a full reset. That is a big missed chance. Rivas forces Gomez to retreat to get that as well. Now more good defending. Curaçao on this near side. They look to go through the middle of the Aruba midfield unsuccessfully. The hosts win the ball back. Sent forward by Callister. And shepherded out of play nicely for a goal kick by Cardoze. Well, Solis has tried to give this a go here, but he has come up injured again. There was no contact, and he falls down once more. Great sportsmanship by some of the Aruba players that tried to go over there and help him up, but he needs to be looked after again, it appears. Solis is now having a lot of trouble here. He'll be helped off. Again, this was the look. There wasn't a lot of contact. I think it might stem from that original moment earlier, and Solis, I think, just felt the after effects again at a bad time in that sequence, and he will be looked after. Curaçao for now are down to 10. While that happens, Aruba are still on the front foot here. And that long distance shot is blocked. There was too many bodies in between the ball and the goal. And it's looped out of play as well. There's going to be a lot of changes afoot here. Looks like we'll begin with Curaçao. We're going to make 3 changes here. Just making sure we grab all the right info for you before we confirm these. Looks like it is a triple change. Tujihat, Sulis, Toke, all off. Tayano Rogier, Chedion Burnett, Daniel Ruiz, all on. And then Juliano Wijnaldum is on for Aruba. One change for Aruba, 3 for Curaçao. Just under 20 minutes left to play. Another Aruba corner. Silva stands over it. Can the hosts grab an equalizer late on here? Well, that one goes way over the top of everybody. It's a hopeful overhead kick back in. The header is not cleared away. And a lovely work here down the byline. But in the end, Bear runs out of room. It's a goal kick. Oh, Curaçao nearly played their way beautifully there through the Aruba midfield. Cayman just sees the ball flash past him, not quite played into his path. And as it goes out for a throw-in, we will take our second half cooling break here in Aruba. Group D action here in League B at the Concacaf Under-15 Boys Championship. Sean St. Jacques, our entire crew. It's our third and final game of the day, and we've had some good ones already. Seen Puerto Rico winners over the Cayman Islands in our first game, and then we saw our first glimpse of the young reggae boys, Jamaica. We're 2-0 winners in our last game over Belize. The goal from Florenes has Curaçao ahead here over Aruba as we're getting down towards the final 15 minutes or so, plus any stoppage time that is to be added on after that. And again, don't worry, we got plenty of coverage tomorrow, and frankly, throughout the next 6-7 days or so. This tournament taking place into the early days of next week as well, through to August 10th. Plenty of action to still get to over the next days ahead. Of course, there still could be late drama here. Now it's an Aruba throw. Oh, and just as Aruba were going to take the throw, a player for Curaçao goes down. It's Saint Paul. One or two Aruba players and coaches thought that that was a tactical move, but to be fair, here comes the change. Simon Barrios is going to come on. Saint Paul cannot continue. Curaçao get the ball clear onto this near Saint Rogier. Spinning and booting it upfield, but to no one in particular. A bit wasteful there. One back by Aruba. Aruba have been trailing since the 13th minute. Have not been able to get that equalizer across yet. Yet being the operative word. Ooh, awkward bounce and deflection there. Putting Curaçao under a bit of pressure here. Cardoze just about kept that in. And then there's more Aruba pressure on the back end. It's played all the way to the goalkeeper, Rico, who clears. And his clearance bounces kindly into the path of Cayman, who keeps on going here for Curaçao. His run is excellent into the penalty area. Cuts back and shoots. His shot is blocked. He's still down. Cayman, who was dealing with an injury earlier. And then eventually the goal scorer, Floranis, gets a bit overzealous and commits a foul. And now another player goes down. This time one of Aruba's defenders. He's down in a heap, as is the aforementioned Cayman. Both players eventually are going to be brought back up here. Well, there is a signal, at least from the Aruba side, that they need to make a change here. Jair Bracho, the coach, does have 2 outfield players left. This was the moment. Cayman cutting inside, and then as he released the shot, he went down and stayed down. The other one was a non-contact, and then, well, that's what led to the foul being given. Too many, well, there was multiple fouls, frankly, in that challenge from Floranis. Eventually, the referee did give it. And we're back to live action with 13 minutes plus stoppage time left. Remember, these are 70-minute games, so there's not a lot of time left. And it's still a very slim margin. Or did that come off an arm? Once again, the Aruba technical area incensed here, thinking that that did ricochet off an arm. It's gone the other way. That's not the first time that Curaçao have had that happen. The first one looked a little bit more accidental. That one looked like it was on purpose. The referee does not give it here. Stephenson Sierra is going to come on. That'll be it. Hubert Solinger. And Kai Torres is going to come on for Curaçao. He'll replace Cayman. So both players who were down hurt cannot continue here in the dying stages down to the last 10, 12 minutes or so. Both teams, by the way, only have 1 outfield player left. As again, Aruba felt they should have been given a decision there. They do not get the call. Curaçao get the free kick. Oh, and the referee now says that it was not on his whistle, so Curaçao told they have to retake it. That's going to be a foul that Curaçao aren't exactly pleased with. That's a free kick for Aruba. And again, they'll be able to bring some numbers forward into the 18-yard box. Can Aruba grab an equalizer here? Oh, the free kick is to no one in particular. That is a missed opportunity and a goal kick going the other way. Just not on the same page on that particular occasion, Aruba. Good tussle for it here. Eventually it deflects out of play. Another chance here for Curaçao up the other end. Oh, what a save. Rivas. How about that? Floranis with a Travella cross out to the far side. Gomez beaten here by Daniel Ruiz, but then Rivas to the rescue for Aruba to keep them in it. Wow. How big of a moment could that turn out to be? Remember, there's still 9 minutes left. Curaçao, of course, still get the corner. Brunken to deliver the cross. And it comes up short, cleared away. Well, now can Aruba bring this up the other end? Hopeful ball forward. It's pushed into the 18-yard box on this near side. But eventually it is shepherded out for a goal kick by Burnett, who does brilliantly well. From the throw, Burnett's throw-in is headed back into the middle of the park, and Aruba have possession, but they're forced to go back to Rivas, who boots it ahead. Acrobatic move forward there, but one that sees the referee bring this back. It's a foul and a free kick. This is going to be Aruba's free kick in the end. But it was for a moment much earlier in the sequence. Well, 7 minutes plus stoppage time left. It's an Aruba throw. The hosts running out of time here if they're going to salvage a point. If this result were to hold, Jamaica would be at the top of Group D at the end of League B play on match day 1. But there's still time for all that to change, one way or the other. Rico does well under pressure this time. Curaçao do send it ahead, but cannot hold on to possession initially. And then it's a poor clearance out to this near side. No need to even play that ball. And it gives it right back to Aruba. That's a mistake that Curaçao will hope that they don't have to pay for later. Good pressure here from Aruba, forcing Curaçao back. They eventually get it almost to the halfway line, where Aruba regains possession. Back to Rivas here. Five minutes left, plus stoppages. His Floranis' goal gonna be enough? That is just out of play. But Aruba's throw-in never went into play. So they'll have to take it again. Well, it's a deft little move here. And Nobrega continues the run down this near side. Good work from the captain. That is going to go out for a throw-in. Sierra to take it. Back to Sierra, who glides through some challenges. Still Sierra to the byline. Out for a corner. Daffison Sierra, wow. That was nearly spectacular. Curaçao didn't know what to do with him for a second there. Corner to follow. Referee will halt it as Aruba are going to make their last change, you would think. Matthew Maduro, a midfielder, is going to come in here. That's going to be it for Jayron Gomez. That's the last outfield player that Aruba had available on their bench. The only other player left is a backup goalkeeper. From the corner, parried out by the goalkeeper, Rico. Aruba looking to reset on this far side. Curaçao win the ball back only for a split second. Aruba now looking to recycle. It's a lovely spinning move there. Touch towards the far sideline where the cross will come into the middle. The header is flicked on and out of play. Aruba throw. Jair Bracco and company asking for more. There's still time left. Fans getting behind Aruba. Another cross comes in. Another header clear, and it's blasted out of harm's way. And now Rivas, has to be careful off his line. He gets there in time to make sure Curaçao didn't leak forward, and then that's a foul against the goal scorer, Floranis. Free kick Aruba, yellow card for the goal scorer. Well, he felt he had to take it, Floranis, to make sure that Aruba didn't break up the other end. But he's into the book because of it. I don't think he'll care too much. And Curaçao do have a player down inside their own 18-yard box as we are getting down to the nitty-gritty here. 2 minutes now, under 2 minutes of normal time left, and then we will wait to see what the stoppage time is going to be after that. Aruba will hope it's at least a few additional minutes. A little bit of a good news, bad news situation here for Curaçao. The bad news is you have a player down injured. The good news is that you do have one outfield player left to bring in if you need to make a change here. It's Pietronella as well, the captain that has stayed down for Curaçao as we have entered the final minute of normal time during this injury stoppage. Well, that was definitely a non-contact moment. I think he just felt his left leg as he landed after rising up high to get the header away for his country here. The stretcher is on here for the captain. Sendley Bito surely now is mulling over what would be his last change. And after that, both teams just have their backup goalkeepers available. That would be it. As far as reserves are concerned, and I think, based on the fourth official's movements here, that we'll get the stoppage time first, and then we'll see about any potential changes after that. And the stoppage time, this will be music to Aruba fans' ears, is 7 added minutes. So there is still a lot of time left for the hosts to potentially work their way towards an equalizer. No sub yet, at least. Ball is back in play, and there's a lot of time left. Hopeful ball forward here into the byline. That is crossed into the middle and deflected out for a corner. Burnett on the defensive duties there for Curaçao. Nellis will come over to take this quickly for Aruba. Ball's in play. And the ball was played to the edge of the area where there was nobody there, and it's cleared away. That pass just was not on. And Aruba have to try again here on the near side with Sierra. Dino Brega up ahead, gets it back. And then is dispossessed, and Curaçao will send it ahead. Anywhere will do for them at the moment, and Rivas boots it back forward. That was a definitive touch to get that clear, and it bounced there. And Aruba could have been invited in. Here is Sierra again, just gliding through challenges here. Still Sierra, blocked. And it's eventually cleared. Wow. Well, Sierra, you want to get in front of him quickly, or he could be off to the races. When he gets ahead of steam for Curaçao. Oh, and a player is down here for Aruba. Play can continue here. It's not a head injury. And the player's now back up onto his feet. Here we go. Final 5 minutes. Here comes Sierra again to the byline again. Out for a corner again for Aruba. Continuing to try and turn the screws here. Remember, the Curaçao player, the captain, Pietronella, is still out injured. And they have not decided yet what to do, so they're down to 10 at the moment, Curaçao. It's a short corner. Aruba get to the byline here. It's played across. Oh, the shot is blocked and cleared. On the follow-up, the shot is nowhere near the target. It's well wide. And out for a goal kick as Curaçao survive another wave of attempts. Florenes does well, finds Torres on this near side. Oh, and Torres had the right idea. Tried to feed it through, but it was cut out. Aruba win it back with 4 minutes of stoppage time left. Dino Brega never gave up on it. And he's brought down. Free kick. From the set piece. Body's flying to try to get up to it. Oh, and it did come off a hand. Ball bounced up and off an arm of an Aruba player. Free kick for Curaçao. Every second feeling like a minute at the moment if you're in a blue shirt. Oh, Roger does well. And continues his run. And gets a shot away. Rivas saves. Lovely give and go out of almost nothing there for Curaçao. But Rivas keeps the hosts alive for now, as they have to try to get it up the other end as quickly as they can here. Aruba. They thread the needle here, edge of the area. It's deflected and cleared away again. More and more noise from the host supporters here. Meanwhile, Pietronella is now back on the field. Finally, Curaçao back to 11 men. For the longest time, they were down to 10. Well, Aruba have it here. Bocart. 2 minutes left. Bocart gets back onto it and is nudged to the ground. Free kick for Aruba, who again could at least at the bare minimum, get some service into the 18-yard box here. We're getting close to last chance saloon time here. It's gonna go towards goal. Oh, and goes out of play. Well, there have been a couple moments where Aruba have needed some better service on the back end here, and they've been wasteful from some set pieces, particularly from free kicks down the stretch here. But that is a poor clearance from Rico, and it goes right back to Aruba, who have about a minute left to save a point. Another throw. Time is of the essence here. Got to get the ball back in. Sierra. Header goes high into the air. Aruba win the second ball. Sierra tries to follow up. It's an Aruba throw. Has to be taken quickly. Oh, the referee blows the whistle to stop it here. Sierra allowed to put it back in now. Another ball clipped into the 18-yard box that's too firmly struck. That's a goal kick, and who knows, that might be that. Aruba are gonna have to win the ball back here quickly with only 20 seconds left. Curaçao just clear it up the other end. Roger, beautiful hold up. He slides it through on this near side, and the first time cross comes into the middle. The hold up play from Ruiz. Ruiz to seal it! Oh! Again it goes over the top, and actually it takes a deflection out for a corner, and that could very well be that. Curaçao will be in no hurry to take it. Oh, and Aruba are going to ruse some of the missed chances from services down the stretch here. Multiple times just hitting the ball too hard into the penalty area, not giving teammates a chance to get on the end of it. And then Curaçao's brave defensive work down the stretch. Looks like it's going to be enough. Corner's taken short. Roger. Not in any hurry. Ruiz. To the edge of the area. And that is it. Full time. Curaçao holds on at the end to win it over the hosts Aruba by 1-0. Gilardino Florenes is the match winner. And boy, did they have to hold on and defend for their lives at the end here, Curaçao. But they did it so well. And they prevail by 1-0. They are now joint top of Group D. Jamaica just edging it at the moment on goal differential because of their 2-0 win earlier. But that is a win to savor here for Curaçao, and what really was essentially a true road game for them against Aruba on Aruba soil. But they beat the host. They just edge it out by 1-0. It was a wonderful goal as well. Florenes, we'll get to it in a moment in full-time highlights. It was so well worked. Back in the 13th minute. Again, both teams had a multitude of opportunities. It's made this game so good to take in, particularly as a neutral. But in the end, it came down to the defensive moments in the game, particularly for Curaçao, who were under siege for the vast majority of the final 10 to 15 minutes, particularly those 7 minutes of stoppage time. Aruba made them work for it for the most part, and defensively, Senli Bito's side hold up at the end. That's a big feather in their cap to start this group stage. Tough to take for Aruba, particularly in front of their home supporters, but they played very well at times. A lot of positive moments for them to take moving forward in the group phase here in League B, Group D. No questions about that. This is going to be a heck of a group to watch as this tournament continues. Make no mistake about that. Jamaica and Curaçao edging it at the moment, but of course there'll be plenty of games still to come. As we go through our full-time highlights here before we let you go for today. Curaçao and Aruba finishing up what was a triple header of games here at the Stadion Sidi Guillermo Trinidad Orange Stade in Aruba. We had, again, two good games earlier. Puerto Rico winning 3-0 over the Cayman Islands. We talked about the Reggae Boys, 2-0 winners over Belize. This was probably the tightest game of the day. Two teams that are well matched, no questions about that. And again, you could argue Aruba actually got off to the better start in this game, but then Curaçao started to create some opportunities. And yes, Aruba could certainly look back and say that they rued some missed opportunities. They had plenty of chances. Maybe none better in the first half than that Quintero volley that flew over the top and out of play. Then the winning moment, Floranis nearly lost his footing, picked himself back up, and only went on to surge and score in the 13th minute to give Curaçao a 1-0 lead. It's the only goal of the game. But let's be very clear, it's a goal worthy of winning just about any game because of its quality and its expertise in the finishing. Then Aruba continued to create chances as well, but again, the Curaçao defense doing the job here. They did get a shot away in the end from Gomez, but it was tame enough in the end for Rico. Then look at this moment as well. Floranis already had scored one, surges past another defender, nearly scores a second. What a goal that would have been if he had just gotten it on target. Floranis again, this was a penalty shout from Curaçao. Late on in the first half, it was not given, and then ended up being a play on in the end. Into the second half, chances again for both teams. Floranis again, aiming for the target, blazing it over the top. And then Pietronella, he let one fly as well. Good save, Kendrick Rivas. Goalkeeper did really well to keep Aruba in the game, really, at times. And then again, Aruba, this is one big talking point. They had set pieces down the stretch. From corners, they would create opportunities. From set pieces, the free kicks, not so much. And then that moment there, Gomez, seeing Rigo parry his cross away. That was a key moment. Then Ruiz nearly sealed it. Again, Rivas and company thwarting Curaçao. Floranis here commits a foul. That was a free kick and a yellow card for the goal scorer late on. And then Ruiz, lovely give and go here with Roger. His shot again saved by Kendrick Rivas. And again, Aruba had a couple of late chances, but give Curaçao credit. The defense holds up, and they win it here by 1-0. That's going to do it for our coverage today at the Concacaf Boys Under-15 Championship. 3 really good games, and we have plenty more to come as the week moves along at this tournament. For our entire crew, I'm Sean St. Jacques. We say so long today from Aruba. Our final score in game number 3, Curaçao holds on to beat the host by 1-0 in Group D. Thanks for joining us all day today for today's action. We step aside for now. Enjoy the rest of your evening, and we will see you bright and early tomorrow.